Hi, is it Dion or Dion?
Dion.
Dion, okay.
Morning.
Morning. I'll have everybody on mute till it's time for them to do something.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. Hi, Commissioner Ashby.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Commissioner Hellberg, how are you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good.
Hey, Jeff.
Hi, Ted. How are you?
I've never been better in my life.
Wow, that's a lot.
Wow.
That's really a lot to say.
Strong statement. Wow.
Yeah.
You're in 2020? Man.
I'm in some section of a psychiatric ward or something, I guess. I don't know.
It looks like your house, but okay, cool.
I am. Well, it subs as the same thing.
All right.
I'm muting now.
Okay. The person who just called in by phone, it says call in user 1. If you could unmute yourself and just let me know who you are, that would be great.
I've stopped my video and I'm on mute.
Okay. Hi, can you tell me?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, I'm hearing somebody now.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Lawrence Gagnon.
Lawrence Gagnon. Okay, so you're here for the case. Your case is actually the last one that we will hear today.
Oh, I don't know. I just give me the number to call, so.
No, you did it exactly right. Yep, you're just right. Just so you know, I'm gonna keep you on mute until it's time for your case to be heard, okay?
Yeah, how long is that going to be?
Well, it could be a couple hours, or you could call back.
Oh. Yeah, it'd probably be best I call back then. It's going to be a couple hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry I can't tell you an exact time that your case will be heard. But I would hate for you to hang up and somehow miss your hearing, because I just can't tell for sure how long the cases before yours will take.
So what, should I call back within an hour or should I wait 2 hours?
Why don't you try calling back in an hour?
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Mr. Whitworth.
Oops. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Now, there's some folks on here. I just want to check and see what case you're here for. Mr. Orlando and Renee. Oh, I see you just answered, Mr. Orlando. Thank you.
Yes.
And you represent the respondents?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Renee, what, can you let me know your last name and what case you're here for?
Amy, this is Alyssa Tibbetts.
Hi.
Hi, I'm
Oh,
here
hi.
on behalf of, how are you?
Your box just moved, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Renee may not hear you, but she's here on behalf of Champions, the respondent,
Okay,
and her last name is Raymond.
got it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Hi, Commissioner David. Morning, Commissioner David. Oh, you're muted. There you go. The folks who just joined, there's one named Minda, and there's a person on the phone with the last 3 digits, 724. If you could just let me know who you are and what case you're here for, I'd appreciate it.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Good morning. I'm Mindy McVetti. I believe we're first on the agenda. for
Yes,
topics. Yeah,
yes, thank you very much.
you're welcome.
I'm going to keep folks muted until we start their hearing. And the person with the phone number.
Hi,
And
Amy.
Hi.
That's Alice. I tried to send that to you in the private, but then you went out and
Yep, got it. Thanks, Alice. Good morning, Ms. Fox, Mr. Libby.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Archer Hirsch. There you go. Taking the liberty of muting Commissioner Whitware's cat discussion. I'm pretty sure she meant for that to be muted.
Yes, I did. Thank
Okay.
you. She's been excused.
The cat's an essential part of the meeting, Deb.
I mean, really, the cat does make a lot of appearances and has to eat and meows and walks
Don't
across
worry.
the keyboard.
She'll be back.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
All right, Deb, ready whenever you are.
You ready for me to call to order, Amy?
I am.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Deb Whitworth, and on behalf of my fellow commissioners, welcome you to this meeting of the Maine Human Rights Commission. Before we proceed with the business of today, I'm asking each of you who may have an electronic device handy, whether it's a cell phone, pager, etc., to make sure that they're silenced now. You have been provided with a link to the agenda and the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a listing of cases in which no written arguments were made to the commission in the allotted time, and we will vote on those cases and they will not be considered further today. With that, is there a motion to adopt the agenda and the consent agenda?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Yeah. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the November 16th commission meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
2, 3, 4. Thank you.
And Amy, could you give us a director's report, please?
Yes, I could. Thank you. You don't have a report or memo from me for personnel because there's nothing new to report there. You do have information for compliance, the status of reasonable grounds cases. Hold on. That report indicates that there are 7 cases in active conciliation. There were not any cases that were successfully conciliated since the last meeting, and there were 2 cases that were unsuccessfully conciliated. You do have a memo from me seeking dismissal of a conciliation case in which the the conciliation agreement has been fully implemented, so the case is ready to be dismissed. That is E18-0356, Hill versus Great American Real Food Fast. If someone would be so kind as to make that motion, I would appreciate it.
I'll move that we dismiss E18-0356 for the reason that conciliation been completed, case has been settled, and the public requirements met.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand.
4-0, thank you. Next, you see for new complaints, there were 55 new complaints filed in November. There were 11 administrative dismissals in November. And predetermination settlements, there were 3 with benefits of almost $100,000 to complainants. For new business, for litigation, I would ask that we take that after executive session. And then that leaves us with new business, and there's not much, which these days is not a bad thing. You do have one item for new business, which is a copy of the bill that we submitted. It's the only agency bill that we submitted, and it's the same as the bill that died at the end of the legislative session last year. It's a bill that had been kicked up and back from the legislature to the governor's desk 2 or 3 times. It is seeking consistency in the Maine Human Rights Act. You all, I think, are pretty familiar with what's in here. It's the only bill we're submitting. I'm sorry, did someone say something?
No, I just said yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you. No. There will be other bills that relate to the Human Rights Act or the Human Rights Commission. Cloture, I believe, is the 18th, but I could be wrong about that. And I know that there will be bills, but I don't know what all of them are yet, and I'm sure there'll be some that we haven't even anticipated, so we shall see. Yes, Commissioner David.
Yes, I did read through the bill. I wasn't around last year to see it, and I see that it's primarily cleaning up gender identity and getting that in, along with the definition of familiar status. I wondered if you or Barbara could give me just a couple of seconds on what the education parts mean. I couldn't quite figure out what was being undone and why the replacement language was the way it was.
Sure. The education piece is largely cleanup. It doesn't appear that, other than adding sexual orientation, the education piece has been updated a long time. And as a result, it's sort of got a piecemeal look to it. For example, race is covered in education, but not color. And national origin is covered, but not ancestry, or the other way around. And none of those make any sense. So what we're doing is cleaning it up so that it's consistent with the rest of the law and covers all of the applicable protected classes.
So there's no substantial change in terms of what people have to provide for educational programs, to which classes and that kind of thing? Well, I understand you've added the classes and made those consistent. Right. Yeah, right. Right. But I mean, in terms of educational program for disabled, it's not a change from what it is now.
It is not.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So that's all I had.
I have one question for you.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Do we know if any legislative committees are going to be meeting soon?
They have just established, as far as I know, on Friday or today, announced the committee chairs. As far as I can tell, the last time I looked at the legislature's website, there was nothing scheduled at all in December. So my guess is I could be wrong, but I don't think they're going to start for real until January.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, and I will say and I emailed the commissioners a copy of the link to the public service announcement that we put out. And it's going to be published. No, not published. That's not the right word. Yeah, not enough coffee yet today. It will be getting, hopefully, a push in terms of media, some public service announcements with the TV stations, and a social media campaign, public service announcement, just sort of letting folks know to be aware of human rights issues during COVID. The folks at Helix Media did a really good job on it. And we've actually been coordinating with the Office of the Governor on some of the messages that we have on our website. We've updated the FAQ section about COVID on our website, because we had last looked at that in about June. At the time that the governor put out her most recent executive order last week, they were really wanting to tighten up the message that public accommodations are not violating disability rights laws by refusing people access to stores and public places without masks on. So we have, that's true so long as the services are provided otherwise. So we updated our website, and it's been delightful to actually work closely with the governor's office. That's a new one for us. So yay.
I just want to say that I thought that was an excellent job. It looks great. You did a very nice job on it as well.
Well, thank you. Yep. So that's all. We got 6 minutes.
We'll see you all back at 8:45. All right, it's 8:45, so we'll get back to our meeting. The cases on the agenda today are coming before the commission to determine if reasonable grounds exist to believe that unlawful discrimination has occurred. The commissioners have received and reviewed investigators' reports and any written submissions submitted within the allotted time. No new information or any written materials will be accepted today. Cases will be called in order on the accepted agenda. As I call each case, the party who has submitted a written argument will be called to the podium to provide the most relevant arguments to the case. The time is limited to 10 minutes. Time may be reserved to rebut opposing arguments, but the time limit of 10 minutes may not be exceeded. Procedural rules of the commission specify that your arguments may address only 1, relevant factual errors, 2, relevant omissions from the report of facts submitted during the investigation, or 3, relevant issues and questions concerning interpretation of the law. The commission allows parties who do not disagree with the investigator's report to rebut comments made by the opposite party. Please be advised that commissioners may ask questions. Each of you will be asked to introduce yourself as you come to the podium. Thank you. The first case on the agenda this morning is E18-0503, Minda McVetti v. Thomaston Place Auction Galleries. This is a reasonable grounds case, so we will hear from the respondent first. Is anybody here for Thomaston Place Auction Galleries?
Yes, good morning. This is Jason Dion representing Thomaston Place Auction.
Before folks start, I just wanted to remind, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, weird. Sorry, my computer is saying my speaker doesn't work. Just reminding people not to use the names of third parties or witnesses. That's true for all cases, not just this first case. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Dion, go ahead.
Sure. So what comes before you today was a allegation of age discrimination. On this particular case, Thomaston Place Auction Company hired the complainant back in 2014. She served for 3 years in the capacity as general manager. The upper management in this case comprised of the president or owner of the company, vice president, CFO, and COO. And then sort of below that in the chain is the GM. The management had some issues with the complainant. They tried to coach her in sort of working in her position as GM. It became evident, I think, to everybody that it wasn't quite working out. The complainant suggested that she sort of step down from the role as GM and focus on a marketing role, which was something that was at least partially encompassed in her GM position. And, the idea was that she would work and focus exclusively in that area. So she began moving into that area, but the president asked her to stay on as GM until a replacement could be found. In November 2017, a replacement was found as GM. And although the complainant at that point had started her position, she was still acting in some capacity to help train the new GM. I think where things really took a turn from the perspective of the company is in March of 2018, they hired a new CFO. That CFO is in large part of the, or really was the pivotal player in making the recommendation to terminate the complainant. So the complainant, by her own admissions, had no indication nor any belief that there was any type of disparate treatment of her based upon her age prior to her termination. In fact, even at her termination, she had no reason to believe that age was a factor in her termination. Post termination, she had no idea that age was a factor. It was not until 6 months later that an article came out discussing the June 2018 auction, which the owner of the company made a comment, and that comment really, quite frankly, is the only piece of evidence and the piece that's relied upon almost entirely by the complainant in support of her case. The statement was that in the context of discussing changes that the company was making and growth that the company was working towards, the owner said something to the effect that he was looking to add one more player or one more key role in the company, which might be a younger person with an interest in antiques and fine art, and that the or rather at the time, which was in early June, the company had already been advertising for and marketing for a position in their marketing department. And they received, prior to that interview, an applicant, and that applicant was somebody who had applied a year earlier when the complainant was the general manager. Both the complainant and the rest of the management team felt that this candidate was an exceptional candidate, would have been a great candidate to hire. They offered her the position. She declined the position a year earlier. So when this person came about in May of 2018, it was sort of a no-brainer from the perspective of management to hire this individual. And that person had received the offer prior to the interview in early June of 2018. So the question comes down to what did that statement mean and what relevance does it have to the case? Well, the statement from the owner of the company was in relation to the fact that they were, in fact, hiring another individual, a key member of the marketing team. The person that he was referring to was, in fact, somebody that ended up being hired. So the question is, well, was she hired in order to replace the complainant? And the answer is no. And how do we know that? We know that because the owner of the company in early June of 2018 had made no recommendation. There was no discussion with him or no evidence of discussions with him regarding her termination. Rather, the decision came when it was recommended by the COO and the CFO to terminate Ms. McVetti after the June 2018 auction, which was approximately the third week of June. Now, the reason that that's important is because the observations and reasons for that recommendation came from the CFO who had been hired in March. From the time that she was hired, the company had brought in an outside consultant to try to boost marketing. And the reviews from that marketing consultant were that the marketing team was not following through. And the specific complaints that were made were all reflective of the type of work or the role that the complainant was playing in the company. They brought in another consultant to write social media content. And the only thing that had to be done by the complainant was feed social media content, and that didn't happen. There was issues with ramping up to the June 2018 auction, which is a major auction for this company. They have two major auctions in the summer. Leading up to the June one, the management team were pushing for the implementation of the suggestions made by the marketing consultant, and the complainant failed to do that. Meeting after meeting, when they were asking her, what are you doing to promote this auction? She kept saying, I'm creating email lists. And they said, okay, where are those email lists? I'll bring it to the next meeting. Subsequent meeting comes up, what are you doing? I'm working on the email list. Where are those email lists? And they never manifest. Coming to the June auction, the auction itself, they were trying to promote specific items, and rather than focus on the items that the management team was asking her to focus on, the complainant focused on things that were sentimental to her. And then in the post auction, she's supposed to follow up with potential buyers for items that were not purchased to see whether or not there's interest in private buyers. She failed to do that. In the midst of the auction, she was to follow proper procedures, which involved not running credit cards through for transactions over a specific amount. She gave a credit card to the CFO, who at the time was new, and said, here, this is for this particular transaction. She had not gotten authorization to run that transaction, which resulted in $2,000 in additional cost to the business. So come the third week of June, the CFO, who'd been there since March, who saw a marketing associate failing in her position, made a recommendation to the owner of the company. And the management team, the COO, the CFO, the president, and vice president made the joint decision to terminate her employment. So the owner of the company played no role in making that initial recommendation. He supported his management team's decision, but he had no expectation of terminating the complainant. And in this particular instance, the person that was hired was a qualified candidate. The age of that applicant was not a factor, and we know that because the complainant herself wanted to hire her a year earlier. There's no indication that age was ever a factor in the termination of the complainant. The complainant was failing in her duties, and the fact that the file is somewhat devoid of negative reviews, it's devoid of any reviews. The only thing that's in there is a month earlier, a notation from the CFO saying that she had warned the complainant again after multiple times to stay out of her management's affairs. This was a GM who stepped into the role of a marketing associate, couldn't leave her prior job behind, failed in the role of marketing, and was terminated. The unfortunate statement made by the company president has nothing to do with her termination, but it has been the entire hook of the complainant's case. In this case, the recommendation for findings is simply not supported by the evidence. They have one piece of information, which is a statement made by the president, which again is completely unrelated to the termination. But for her age, would she have been terminated? Absolutely. It had nothing to do with her age. It had everything to do with her performance as an employee. So I'll reserve my last minute for rebuttal. Thank you.
You'll actually have about 1 minute and 20 seconds left after we do questions and hear from the other side. Commissioner, questions for Mr. Dion. Commissioner Whitworth. Nope, you're muted.
Not just yet. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hellberg.
Question is, did the organization have a policy for progressive discipline? And if so, was it followed according to the policy?
Policy does have a provision in place for progressive discipline, but does indicate that for performance issues, progressive discipline is not necessary and that an individual can be terminated. And based upon the submissions and prior people who had left the company, it was not something that was routine in their PR, in large part because they hadn't had a largely functioning GM.
So is the answer no, there's no, there is a progressive policy, but it wasn't followed? I mean, I'm not clear on that.
There's a policy which includes an ability to do progressive discipline, but it doesn't require progressive discipline.
So I understand there was a written warning at one point, but then was there any kind of conference after that?
There wasn't a specific conference. There was some discussions that were had in the context of hiring somebody new, but this really was a get to the end of June conversation about everything that had happened and a decision by the company that they'd sort of had enough.
Okay, so the answer is, I'm going from what you just said, is that other than the one conference, there was no really discussion of performance. It was just a decision by management. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, discussion among management or discussion with the complainant?
Both.
There was no discussion about terminating, or there was discussion about sort of her failings internally, primarily with the CFO and the COO. Discussions with Ms. McVetti were more in the range of, as things came up, saying focus on this particular item, or stay out of management and focus on marketing. But there was no sit down discussion of, hey, look, do this or you're going to be out.
Okay, so there was no discussion saying that if you do not improve your performance, that your employment would be terminated. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ashby, questions for Mr. Dion.
Picking up where Commissioner Hellberg left off, what was the purpose then of giving her a so-called performance evaluation?
Are you referring to the write-up in May, or sort of the final piece that was given to her at the time of her termination?
What was given to her at the time of her termination?
It really was just an improperly titled document. It really was a document that was intended to provide her with the reasons for her termination.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So wait, can I interrupt just for 1 second? So are you talking about the performance evaluation that she was given a written performance evaluation on 6/21/18? Is that the document you're referring to?
If you're talking to me, yes, that's the one. That was given to her on the date of her termination.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner David, any questions for Mr. Dion? Where'd you go? There you are. Okay.
At the end of your presentation, you referred to a but-for test, but for her age. What are you claiming that standard applies to?
Well, the indication in the report is that if there is sort of evidence of direct discrimination, and I think the investigator goes back and forth, one, if there's a direct evidence of discrimination, then the burden falls upon the employer to demonstrate that but for the individual's age, would they have otherwise been terminated? And in this particular instance, I think the evidence overwhelmed that that's exactly was the case. But I think there was
I'm not
sort of
following
two
that.
provisions.
I'm not following that, Jason. If age is a factor in the termination, then that's a discrimination, and it doesn't have to be solely based on her age. Isn't
Correct,
that right?
but it has to be at least a material factor. In this case, it wasn't a factor at all, is what we're indicating. It was never even a consideration.
Well, so you say, and that's what the investigator is trying to ferret out and come to a decision about. So that's all. Thank you.
So you'll have 1 minute and 20 seconds after we hear from complainant's counsel. So I'm going to put you back on mute for now. Oh, you just did. Thank you. I think that's Ms. Fox then.
Yes, good morning. Maria Fox. I'm here for the complainant, Minda McVetti, and I would like to reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal, if I may.
Sure.
This case involves direct evidence of age discrimination. The owner of this business told a national news reporter that he wanted to hire a younger person for the marketing team. This dovetailed with comments that he had made that the complainant had heard about in meetings made by the owner and the vice president, that they were interested in hiring a younger person for the marketing team of this business. The statements were made very close in time to the termination of Ms. McVetti. On the heels of making that statement, they fired her, age 62 at the time, and replaced her 2 business days later with someone who was 26 years younger than her. The respondent tries to claim that there were a myriad of performance reasons why this was a legitimate termination that had nothing to do with her age, but it's simply not credible. It doesn't add up. There's no documentation to support their theory of that this is the case. It's a classic pretext for discrimination. I want to go through the chronology to sort of highlight how things unfolded. I always find it really important to look at sort of the linear chronology of what happened and when. So as you know, Ms. McVetti was hired as general manager in March of 2014, and she worked for this company for the better part of a little over 4 years. For most of that time, through the first three and a half years, she served as general manager for the company. She was consistently given good feedback. She, in 2017, had been working extremely hard and long hours as general manager. They had had some difficulties staffing the marketing team. There was prior general manager who had stepped down from that role to serve as marketing manager, and he retired. So they didn't have a marketing manager. They also lost someone, an associate for marketing in the summer of 2017, and they were having difficulty replacing that person. So marketing was needing attention. And at the same time, Ms. McVetti was interested in focusing there and also interested in reducing some of the hours. And I think she thought that perhaps trying to get someone in the general manager role might be easier than trying to fit someone in the marketing role. And so she was the one who initiated the request to move into the role. She was moved not into a managerial role, but her role was clearly as marketing and client relations associate. Upper management decided that they didn't want to have a marketing manager, that senior management would sort of serve in that role to lead, to manage, to be the ones to make decisions about strategic planning about marketing and all of it. They also decided to hire on a consultant, and I'll get to that in a moment, but she was not in a managerial role at that point, and that was very much what she wanted and what she initiated. They said, you can do this as long as, please help us transition to the next general manager. So don't relinquish your role as general manager until we onboard a new general manager. She's fine with that. So in November 2017, they find a general manager, and this person lasted 4 months. He told Ms. McVetti he was leaving because he had an opportunity to go make a whole lot more money somewhere else, and that was the reason he was leaving. So he'd only been there 4 months, not enough time to really completely onboard him. So she's sort of serving in this dual capacity. When he leaves, it's right around the time they hire a new CFO. And they decide, okay, instead of hiring a general manager, we're going to split those duties between the CFO, the new CFO, and the current COO. But they still needed Ms. McVetti's general management experience for a period of time. All told, she is really serving in the marketing and client relations associate position, sort of solely in that role for about a month before they fire her. Again, throughout her employment, she's given positive feedback. There's no discipline, no negative performance reviews in her file. On the day of her termination, she's told she wasn't a good fit. She's handed a document. She's completely stunned that she's fired because she had absolutely no notice that this was coming. And when she gets home, she opens and reads the document she was handed, and it's a performance evaluation that is so stretched out of reality. It blames her for failings of a marketing manager role. It calls her the marketing manager when that was never the case. It goes on to talk about how she's overstepped into operational matters when it was clear that they needed her to transition the managerial role over to the new people who were taking over those duties. And this was just after the early June auction, where the owner had deemed it to be a great success, in no small part due to Ms. McVetti, who had been responsible for many of for marketing many of the items that were sold at that auction. The history at this company in terms of progressive discipline, at least throughout the time that Ms. McVetti served as general manager, was they were meticulous about following a progressive discipline practice. So the way that they treated her with respect to her own termination was a complete aberration from anything the company had previously done in her experience. As I mentioned, there's no documentation to support this, and you would think because there are some notes from the CFO, there's one that starts, it's dated May 15th of 2018. So right around the time when she surreptitiously places an ad for a marketing associate in the newspaper, doesn't tell Ms. McVetti or anybody else on the marketing team that she's doing that, and writes this short typewritten note, May 15th, with some negative things about Ms. McVetti, but never shares that document with Ms. McVetti. Ms. McVetti wasn't aware that it was ever there. And what's notable about it is that there's an absence of what the respondent is now claiming, this litany of performance issues, but there are a couple of things that are noted there, and that is it. There's another note that she writes to herself, the CFO writes to herself a couple weeks later, after Ms. McVetti had seen the ad for the new marketing person and confronted her, and she gave Ms. McVetti a very cagey response. But that's it until you get this quote unquote performance evaluation that Ms. McVetti's handed at her termination meeting. So this is inconsistent behavior with an employer who is following progressive discipline, wants to help an employee improve in their work performance, completely inconsistent with the way this company had treated other employees, younger employees. And they try to point to a consultant summary that has no date on it, was never given to Ms. McVetti. And it doesn't even name Ms. McVetti as being the person responsible for some of the marketing issues that this consultant had noted. It talks about the general marketing team. The evidence is that none of the other marketing team members were spoken to about this executive summary. And the first time Ms. McVetti saw it was in this Maine Human Rights Commission process.
So that's just so you know, that's 8 minutes.
Thank you. The respondent notes an issue with the credit card and claims that Ms. McVetti violated policy, but that's absolutely not the case. The policy allows the processing of these credit cards with management approval. And all Ms. McVetti did was to pass along a customer request to her boss, who was the CFO. She didn't tell her boss to process it. She forwarded what the customer had requested. Shortly after she's terminated, Ms. McVetti, within days, reads the article in the newspaper that the owner is saying to the world to the nation that he's planning to hire possibly a younger person for marketing. And then she learns that a substantially younger person replaced her. She's fired on a Thursday, and this person starts the following Monday. And so it doesn't matter that, whether she knew that this was an age discrimination-based termination at the time she was fired. The timing is very clear. And the secretiveness of this employer, if they really, they hired this person before they fired Ms. McVetti, if this really was an addition to the team, they certainly would have told her and the others that they had this new person coming on. But they kept that a secret from her and fired her after the auction was done. And she did her post-auction work. She's out the door, and the new person comes in. We submit that this is a strong case of age discrimination, and we ask that the commission follow the investigator's recommendation and find reasonable grounds. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Fox, Commissioner Whitworth?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg.
Just one quick question, I think. So was it the CFO's decision on the credit card, or was it the complainant's decision on whether or not to approve it?
The complainant, in her role as a non-manager, did not have authority to approve it. But the CFO is the person who processed it. It was not the complainant who processed the credit card. Complainant passed along the customer request to the CFO.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner David?
I think you referred to the fact that there was evidence in regards to application of the progressive discipline policy of disparate treatment with other employees, and I'm not sure that I saw that. Is that in the record? Is that what you said?
There is reference to, so Ms. McVetti in her role as general manager did discipline employees, and I believe terminated one. And I do believe that in our response in the record below, there's reference to her experience with how upper management insisted she meticulously follow progressive discipline with regard to other employees.
And that I would agree with you is significant. Yeah. Thank you.
So you did use all of your time. So
okay,
at this point, yes, we will go back to Mr. Dion. You have about 1 minute and 20 seconds. I think if you hear a noise, that is coming from outside our building here. So you're probably hearing it on several people's screens. I'm not sure what's happening.
Thought somebody was doing some vacuuming while we.
Here it sounds like the dentist is drilling in your mouth, but that's not what's happening. So 1 minute and 20 seconds, Mr. Dion.
First, I disagree with the characterization that the record shows meticulous implementation of the progressive discipline. One of the reasons, or one of the failures that the complainant was demonstrating as a GM, was that she wasn't performing performance evaluations for employees. So the suggestion that this was a company that followed a progressive discipline on a regular basis with every employee and did so differently here simply is just not supported by the record. The advertisement for the position in marketing wasn't a confidential advertisement, it was a public advertisement. The complainant in this case, as been indicated, was not a member of management, was not part of the team or discussion to hire somebody else. The company hadn't consulted her when they had put out advertisements for other positions. She was not management. She certainly saw the advertisement. She approached the CFO about it and said, "Hey, what's this advertisement about? Is there something going on?" She said, "We're re-looking at our situation. We're looking at our marketing needs. We need somebody in here." And I think the other piece is there's a lot of focus on, well, she really wasn't in the position of marketing until really just that last month, which isn't true. The point is that she could not step out of her role in operational affairs, despite the company being ready for her to do that. She had to be told continuously, stay out of operational affairs, focus on marketing. The notation,
Mr. Dion, I'm sorry to interrupt you mid-sentence, but that's actually your time.
Okay.
I apologize. I hate doing that. Questions for Mr. Dion, Commissioner Whitworth?
No questions.
Commissioner Hellberg?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
No, thank you very much.
Commissioner David? No? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to mute you, Mr. Dion, and then we're going to, Mr. Dion, sorry, then we're going to turn to the investigator. Oh, and you, again, you just did it yourself. Thank you. Mr. Beauchesne.
Thank you so much. Good morning, commissioners. Just to cover a few points here. Number one, again, I think that the first step has to be to look at what our reasonable ground standard is. It's not the ability to definitely prevail at trial, but merely only a 50-50 chance. In this particular case, we have a record devoid of any discipline or performance improvement plan for complainant until just shortly before she was let go, which raised questions about respondents' intentions. If they wanted complainant to improve her performance, one would have assumed that there would have been some sort of a performance improvement plan in place, or at least discipline warning that you're getting close to the edge here. There is absolutely nothing in the file to support that. As the commissioners have seen, even the performance improvement plan was nothing of the sort. Rather, it was the justification for her discharge. So there was no real effort there to give complainant a chance to improve her performance before she was let go. Also, in this particular case, we have the rare instance of alleged direct evidence of discrimination from the comment made by the owner. While the owner, we're not certain exactly what his input may have been on complainant's discharge, he was certainly part of the decision-making team. So I think that in that particular case, with the comment that we do have that is undisputed, as well as the fact that complainant was replaced by somebody who was approximately half her age, was enough for me to get to that 50-50 standard and find likely reasonable grounds in this particular case.
Thanks, Bob. Commissioner Whitworth, questions for the investigator?
No, just thank you, Bob, for putting all of that in perspective. Thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner David?
No, all set. Thank you.
Thank you. So typically at this point, we've heard from the parties, we've heard from the investigator. At this point, we would need a motion. There is one proposed finding.
Make a recommendation that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent discriminated against the complainant on the basis of age, and that conciliation should be attempted in keeping with the act.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none. So the motion is to find reasonable grounds to believe unlawful discrimination occurred. All those in favor among commissioners, please raise your hand and say yes. 1,
Yes.
2, 3, 4. So the vote is 4-0. The finding is reasonable grounds. The commission will send the parties and council a letter about the next steps. Thank you. Okay, Deb, back to you.
Okay, so the next case on our agenda is E190081. It's also a reasonable grounds case. Judy Mayhew v. Champions Fitness Club. Is there anybody here for Champions Fitness Club?
Yes, Alyssa Tibbetts on behalf of respondent.
Okay, take it away.
Thank you and good morning. For a brief bit of context, I just want to provide the background for the respondent, who owns and operates a recreational fitness center in Waterville. The complainant in this case worked for the respondent as a personal trainer and gym assistant. As is most relevant to the facts of this case, at all times during complainant's employment, personal trainers were paid on a commission basis, percentage of the fee that is paid by clients for personal training services. For all other work performed, complainant and all other staff were paid an hourly rate. At no time has respondent paid or had a policy or practice of paying staff both an hourly rate and a commission for personal training services at the same time for the time worked. Complainant had been compensated according to this structure for her entire employment period of nearly 18 years, or excuse me, 17 years. Despite this consistent longstanding practice, on January 14th, 2019, the club's operations manager observed complainant clock in as for purposes of receiving an hourly wage, and then proceeded to conduct a personal training session. That was noteworthy to the operations manager because complainant should have only clocked in if she were being paid by the hour, as I just outlined in terms of the club's practices and policy for payment of its staff. While waiting for the complainant to finish with the personal training client, the operations manager pulled up some recent payroll records and saw that complainant had clocked in during personal training sessions on other occasions. The operations manager then asked the complainant immediately following that personal training session if she had in fact clocked in that day. The complainant admitted to doing so. The operations manager asked the complainant if she had done so on other occasions. The complainant also admitted to doing so. When asked how long that had been occurring, the complainant stated that she had done that for about 1 month. The operations manager explained to the complainant that during that meeting that she would be willing to forgive the time for which this error had occurred, but that it was clearly against company policy, should not happen again, and that the time needed to be paid back. Complainant asserted that she understood. Following that conversation, the operations manager conducted a more thorough review of the payroll records to confirm what complainant had stated in terms of the duration of the time over which this had happened, and found that despite complainant's statement, the complainant had actually clocked in and received and was paid an hourly wage while conducting personal training sessions on at least 39 occasions dating back to May of 2017. Not only did complainant knowingly violate the company policy regarding the pay when she clocked in during these times and received an hourly wage while conducting personal training sessions, where she was also receiving a commission basis for the fee, she wasn't truthful about how many times she had done so when she was directly asked by the operations manager. Complainant never denied that in this case. The issue of complainant's untruthfulness on top of the policy violation exacerbated the concern and was a very serious concern to management. Following the discovery of all of this information and the expanded scope of this issue and concern, the operations manager consulted with the owner of the club, and the following day, a decision was made to terminate complainant's employment on these grounds. In one important aspect, we agree with the investigator's report that there is no direct evidence of age discrimination in this case, and that is an important point for the commission to note. The complainant's allegation that she was fired due to her age, excuse me, because respondent hired other personal trainers who were younger than her after her termination, has absolutely nothing to do with complainant's termination. That fact is based solely on temporal coincidence, and it can be viewed as nothing more than evidence of a prima facie case at best here. Respondent has provided evidence and testimony throughout the course of this investigation to demonstrate that it did seek to hire additional trainers. Those trainers were never intended to replace complainant. They were intended to supplement the club's roster of trainers. The club has a strong interest in maintaining a full and diverse roster of trainers at all times to serve its members. The club has advertised for additional trainers, and they did so in this case before the issue regarding complainants clocking in was ever discovered. And they were actively looking for additional trainers at the time that this issue came up. Had this issue involving complainants clocking in not occurred, respondent would have hired these trainers anyway. Those trainers would have worked with the complainant. They did not replace her. Since there's no direct evidence of age discrimination in this case, the case must be evaluated, as you all know, using the McDonnell-Douglas burden shifting analysis, which, to summarize, begins with the complainants establishing a prima facie case, then the respondent demonstrating a legitimate non-discriminatory reason for the adverse employment action, and lastly, complainant proving that the reason provided was pretextual or irrelevant. As you've heard, the respondent had a legitimate non-discriminatory reason to terminate complainant's employment in this case. She violated company policy for a long-standing time, and then she was untruthful when asked about the violation of that policy. Complainant has the burden to prove that this legitimate non-discriminatory reason was pretextual or irrelevant. And despite this legitimate and non-discriminatory reason, she would not have been discharged from employment but for her age. Even if there are other reasons related to the respondent's decision to terminate complainant's employment, this is in fact complainant's burden, and we do not believe she has met it. The reason we're here before you today is because we strongly believe that complainant has not met that burden, and that the facts as presented during the course of the investigation were not properly considered. We don't believe, as the standard requires, that there is at least an even chance that complainant would prevail on the allegations set forth in this case. The facts and the evidence presented during the investigation simply don't support a finding that reasonable grounds exist to believe that unlawful discrimination has occurred, and we strongly urge the commission to dismiss this complaint. Thank you, and I'll reserve the balance of time for rebuttal if there is an opportunity to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbetts. Questions for Ms. Tibbetts? Commissioner Whitworth.
Yeah, so relative to the social media advertisement, did the social media advertisement include language that we have in quotes here, a real go-getter to appeal to the younger crowd for the 4 to 6 p.m. shift? Do you know what the social, I guess my other question is, if it's in the record, do we know what the social media advertisement, what the language was in that? I don't see it in here. Maybe I missed it.
Absolutely, and I'm just thumbing through the exhibit so that I can point you to it, but I can say unequivocally that it did not include the language that you quoted in terms of advertising for a go-getter. There was absolutely no reference to a go-getter, to age, and in fact, there wasn't a reference to a shift at all. It said that the applicant could choose their own schedule. And I'm sorry, as I'm trying to do two things at once, I'm not finding the exhibit number as I answer your question, but it was provided in the record, the copy of the exhibit, and I believe it was in our second response to respondent's rebuttal. And the operations manager testified during the fact-finding conference that, in fact, that was never advertised or included in any of the advertisements.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Halberg?
One question for you. According to your policy, what infractions are cause for immediate termination?
Sure, and the employee handbook was provided as well as an exhibit to our initial submission. The discipline policy of the club states that Champions reserves the right to discipline and or terminate any employee who violates company policies, practices, or rules of conduct. Poor performance and misconduct are also grounds for discipline or termination. In this case, the operations manager identified the issue, as I noted, and felt very concerned about the issue itself, but even more so based on the conversation with the complainant where she had asked about the violation of the company policy and received a response that was not truthful based on the records that the company had access to. At that point, she consulted with the operations manager before making any decisions regarding any type of employment action or discipline, and they felt that that was serious enough. The violation combined with the untruthfulness in response to the violation was serious enough to warrant immediate termination.
Okay, just to follow up on that, in the way that that policy is worded, it seems like any infraction of company policy would be cause for termination, which would exclude progressive discipline. Is that correct?
I think based on the way that's worded, that's currently leaves a broad amount of discretion to the employer to determine what circumstances warrant various levels of discipline.
I'm not disputing the fact that the person may have, the complainant may have been dishonest on a number of times and so forth. It just seems to me that one of the things that in your policy would have to be kind of changing the language to include some kind of incorporation of progressive discipline. That's all. That's all the questions I have and comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashby?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner David?
Did she violate the policy in terms of what we're calling double dipping after that confrontation and warning when it was specifically pointed out to her? And was it, or as I heard you describe it, it was the manager went back in the records to find the other evidence. Did she violate the policy going forward from that initial conference?
The date of that conference was in January 14th, 2019. The conversation occurred that same day between the operations manager and the complainant. And the complainant's answer with respect to how long it had been going on at that time was 1 month. She left her shift or her training session that day to go home, and she never actually returned to work. So she called out of work the following day, and during the course of that time, the operations manager looked back in time to 2017 at the records to determine how many other instances during which this occurred. So the complainant didn't return to work between that conversation and the ultimate decision to terminate her employment.
And this business about the ad on social media, as I'll ask the investigator too, but I believe that what he's saying is that the office manager said that she wanted go-getters to attract a younger crowd for the 4 to 6 p.m. shift, which certainly seems to me like she wants somebody younger. I don't believe they said that the investigator says it was in the social media ad, and you're pointing out that it was not a quote from the ad. Is that a fair statement that it was said in the investigation process, probably in the fact-finding hearing?
Yes, that's correct. So the complainant alleged to have overheard a conversation between the operations manager and the director of personal training services in the context of discussing advertising for additional personal trainers. And it was her belief that the discussion included a statement by the operations manager that she was looking for go-getters, which we contend it was obviously never advertised and was not the intent of the. Sorry, I looked like you were speaking.
Attorney Tibbetts, never advertised and not the intent are not the same thing. That's the crux of that distinction. Maybe sure, not advertised. They don't deny that she said it in that complainant's accurately reporting that she overheard it. They don't deny that it was said in the conversation she overheard. Do they, or do they?
No, they haven't denied that, and the operations manager testified during the fact-finding conference that that was an excerpt of a conversation that complainant overheard, to which she was not a party, and it was completely taken out of context.
Thank you.
I have one other question for Attorney Tibbetts. Given the long-term status of the complainant, was she offered the chance to rectify the situation prior to termination?
She was offered the chance immediately upon discovery of the issue. The operations manager met with her, explained to her that she understood it wasn't appropriate, it should not happen again, and she would be permitted to repay the time. She even provided a Post-it note prior to leaving the facility that day saying, let me know what time is due and I will pay it back. But she had asserted to the operations manager at that time that it had only been occurring for a month. And so when the operations manager reviewed the records and found out that the scope was much larger, she was no longer willing to offer the opportunity to pay it back because it was a much more significant issue and violation than she had originally anticipated.
So in effect, she was terminated for dishonesty and not for violating any other company policy?
I would say it's a combination of the two. I can't say that if the violation in and of itself had occurred on its own and complainant had been honest about it, what would have happened? No one knows at this point, but she was in fact offered when they first understood that the violation occurred, the opportunity to correct it and make sure that it didn't occur going forward. And it was when the operations manager understood that complainant was not being truthful about the scope of this that they became very concerned.
So statutes require that there is a written reason for termination. What was the written reason?
The statutes require that there's a written reason provided upon request. As far as I know, complainant did not request here, but the reason that we have asserted throughout this case and the investigation is twofold. The fact that the complainant violated the company policy, and then the fact that she lied about her violation of the company policy.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Tibbetts, you have 3 minutes left. I don't know if we have complainant here, so we'll come back to those 3 minutes if you want to use them. Is Judy Mayhew here or someone on her behalf? I don't see anybody logged in here that's obviously here for Ms. Mayhew. So in the event that Ms. Mayhew is not here and there's no one else here on her behalf, Ms. Tibbetts, did you want to present something else in the 3 minutes that you have?
No, thank you. I don't have anything additional to present.
Okay. Commissioners, any other commissioners have follow-up questions, follow-up to nothing for Ms. Tibbetts? No.
No.
Nope. Okay. Okay, so then let's turn to Mr. Gitchos.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Milo Gitchos. I'm the investigator that was assigned to this case. The investigation began, in particular, reviewing the record and saying that Ms. Mayhew had been a longtime employee of Champions Fitness. And that, in particular, on January 10th, there was according to Ms. Mayhew, it was a discussion that was had with the fitness director because she was concerned about hiring new trainers. The Champions is located in Waterville, and there was, I think, a question, at least that Ms. Mayhew was putting forward about availability. Ms. Mayhew had quite the, as per the record, had a significant client list, but also the population of Waterville is relatively small. So the idea of bringing on 3 new trainers for the area was a question for her. So yes, commissioners, the statement in the record where they were looking for a real go-getter, that was not part of the social media advertisement. The social media advertisement was for new trainers. That was just a part of a discussion. So I just wanted to clear that On January 14th, complainant did go in and did clock in and conducted her training. As I understood, the office manager witnessed this, but while watching, and as I understood it, the training only was going to be an hour long, went directly to her office and started looking up her clock-in records. Then as soon as the training ended, spoke with complainant about the issue, and what Ms. Tibbetts put forward is correct. There was a discussion about repayment. The offer of repayment that I can point to, aside from words, is that Ms. Mayhew did leave a sticky note saying, you know, I don't want to do anything illegal, or I don't want to steal from the kind of whatever you need to do to make this right, I'm willing to pay it back. That was January 14th. January 16th, 2 days later, complainant was discharged for double dipping and dishonesty. During the fact-finding conference, one of the issues I was particularly concerned with was in the record, there was no organization to the time that complainant had clocked in these times. Complainant put forward that it was quite common to clock in because somebody might not show for their training. And then when that occurs, you spend your time doing something else. Respondent stated that in instances when that occurs, they are more than happy to have the employee come to them and they'll fix the time. And this had been something that had been occurring for the entire history of complainant's tenure with Champions. Also in the record, I asked respondent if there was an actual sum, if there was an actual amount that had been determined, and there wasn't. And I found that questionable. In addition, the range of times this occurred in the record was reported anywhere from 25 to 39 times. So it wasn't actually investigated thoroughly for a quantitative amount of times where this occurred or actual financial damages that may have resulted from it. As I reviewed the record, it appeared that occurred from April 3rd, 2017 to December 14, 2019, in which complainant would have had 92 shifts. So 25 to 39 instances of this over 92 shifts, just and respondents' inability to offer any quantitative information as to the actual number of times it occurred or amount that was allegedly double dipped, led me to consider that this was being used as pretext to terminate complainant. Complainant was let go 2 days after this occurred, and then shortly after that, Champions hired new staff, all the ages of 31, 26, and 25. Do you have any questions?
Let's start and see with Commissioner Whitworth. Questions for Mr. Gitchos?
I do have a question, only if it's in the record. There were 3 individuals who were hired. Do we know who applied for the job and their ages?
I'm not sure if that is in the record. I can't answer that affirmatively. These were the that were hired.
I mean, I think it's important to understand if we only had 3 applicants and these were their ages, that's an important factor where I sit. If we had 100 applicants and these were their ages, it might cause me to think in a different direction.
I understand. My inclination is that that the population limited how many applicants there were. I do not believe there was anything in the record indicating that any of the applicants or hires were the same age as complainant.
But we don't know.
I cannot say affirmatively.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg?
Thank you, investigator. In your report, you say that the respondent provided a legitimate non-discriminatory reason for discharging the complainant, namely that the complainant double-dipped for her time. In your investigation, were there any other personal trainers who committed the same infraction? And if so, what action was taken there?
There had been an employee, I believe it had been 10 years previous, who was another, and this is in the record, who was another employee and fitness advocate, who had been found teaching free or offering services at different times. And they were, that was a female, and they were discharged.
Okay, so we have one instance of it happening before. So is the complainant the only one other than that instance that you found in your investigation that double dipped?
Yes, sir. However, there was information in the record to suggest that there was a culture of the behavior and that it was not double dipping. It was you're waiting for a client, they don't show, you go to do something else. And this was a common occurrence.
Okay, so in other words, the common procedure at the organization was to clock in if you're a personal trainer. And then is it that the organization went back and corrected the payroll record, or was it that the individual personal trainer had to notify management? I mean, there's a difference there.
I'm very sorry, Commissioner. There's some drilling going on here. I wasn't able to hear your question. If you could, thank you. It has stopped. Hopefully it will stay.
Okay. All right, let me try to get it in. So that it seems to be that there was an acceptance that if you were a personal trainer, you clocked in. And then if the individual client did not show, then that the payroll record was corrected. Was it up to the individual personal trainer to notify management, or did management do that on its own to correct the payroll records?
Yes. Yeah. As I understood it, it was up to the individual employee.
And do we have any other instances that during your investigation that you found that happened?
No, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Ashby.
Thank you. What do you make of the respondent's argument that the individuals that were hired did not, in fact, replace the complainant, that they would have been hired in any event, that there was a sort of an elastic demand for employees, and the argument's made in an effort to rebut the suggestion that they would have been hired only at the expense of complainant's employment.
When complainant began her duties as a weight room attendant, which was in 2017, and complainant had worked in that capacity and then in her capacity as a personal trainer from a 4 to 6 p.m. shift. And it was the fact that once she was gone, that shift was now covered. And in that direct action of bringing someone younger on to cover that shift, which is, as I understood it, that's a very busy time. That's, most people are getting off work, or that's the time where they're going in. That was the prime slot, as it were.
Certainly, it's not discrimination to seek to advertise to a younger demographic, correct? I mean, if it is in fact the philosophy of the company to target a younger demographic, that of course in and of itself is not discrimination, correct? I mean, you didn't factor that wish on the part of this employer to be a reason why you made the findings that you did.
No, there was the advertisement is the advertisement. It was the discussion that occurred around the advertisement. And then they were looking for a go-getter, and it was enough of a concern to complainant that she discussed it with the fitness director. And her understanding was that there was, they were looking for younger trainers.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner David.
If the normal practice is that the person in the complainant's position, if the trainer clocks in, waiting for the training session, waiting for the client for the personal session, does the money for that personal client go directly to the trainer, or does it go through the books of the company? Isn't that relevant? I mean, it seems that's my question to you, if you know the answer.
As I understand it, it goes to the company.
If it goes to the company, then how do they not know that this is going on, and that there's some tolerance for letting that slide? How could they not know for 14 years? I mean, that's what bothers me.
And that was a question that was raised with me, Commissioner, was that she, complainant, had been working there for quite some time, 17 years.
17.
And had no previous issue with this. And then in the span of 3 days, she's found to be a cheat, a liar, and discharged.
Right.
And that, given the rest of the record, made me come to a conclusion of reasonable grounds.
Yeah, and it's that's what leads you to the conclusion that it's pretext. Yeah.
That, and the fact that the record is that there is no amount of the actual damages that were incurred, or that there's no real accounting of the instances or shifts that this happened on, that number fluctuates so greatly. Especially in light of having, in the light most favorable to the complainant, an employee of 17 years is given no benefit of the doubt. Seemed very suspect.
Thank you.
Hold on, Deb, you're muted.
Sorry, I have another question. Do we know the ages of the other employees of this establishment?
Not all of them. I can say that of the trainers, complainant was the oldest. There were others that I believe were over 40, but she was the oldest trainer.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the investigator? Okay, thank you, Milo. So at this point, we've heard from the respondent, complainant's not present. You've heard from the investigator. We would be looking for a motion.
Excuse me, Amy,
yes.
Didn't Attorney Tibbetts have some time reserved?
I offered it to her before and she didn't have anything additional to add.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do have a question for her.
Okay.
It seems to me that there is on surface, a legitimate reason for termination. However, the fact that she offered to repay that one incident that was observed by the manager and then was not offered the chance to return or to repay the others or to correct the payroll record. And then it was merely 2 days from the first observation until she was terminated, brings in some question to the legitimate reason that you have. And I just want you to respond to that.
Absolutely. As we submitted in the record, there were actually 5 separate exhibits that demonstrate the number of payroll records that the operations manager reviewed to figure out the scope of this issue. And the fact that upon the very first instance that it was noted, and as was discussed, the practice had been, if there were an issue where somebody clocked in, it was incumbent upon the trainer to notify, because they all understood the longstanding policy to say, hey, clocked in, somebody didn't show up, or whatever the case may be, needs to be deducted. There was no reason for the company to continually monitor these records. So when the operations manager observed this happen on one instance, she had the conversation with the complainant and felt like, based on complainant's response, that it had occurred in the past and had only been for 1 month, that could be addressed, that she'd been a longstanding employee. They valued her as an employee, her clients liked her, and they had no desire to not have her continue on as a personal trainer. The issue really significantly worsened when, after that conversation, the operations manager looked back in the records to confirm that that was actually a truthful conversation, and found out very clearly, as evidenced by the various payroll records and trainer books that we provided, that it was not a truthful conversation, that this was a much bigger issue that dated back over the course of 2 years, certainly much longer than a month. And that felt pretty serious for an employee who had been there for so long, whom they trusted. Then, as I said, that's why she consulted with the owner to say, what should we do here? This is really upsetting, that not only that it happened, that it's happened for so long, but that she wasn't honest with me when I gave her the chance to correct this issue. And it's not a discriminatory issue for a company to decide that that flies in the face of their trust of a longstanding employee and their relationship with a longstanding employee. And so that was ultimately the determination, that they felt that the dishonesty was sort of put this issue over the threshold for them in terms of continued employment and the ability to trust the complainant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. We have one proposed finding. We would be looking for a motion.
I move that we find that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that respondent discriminated against complainant based on her age when it discharged her from employment, and thus this case should be dismissed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, the basis for my motion is that I think that the respondent's explanation for its concerns and the answer to Commissioner Helberg's question a moment ago is compelling to me. It's reasonable and, in fact, quite understandable that it's a different thing to say you've been making this mistake, and the complainant to say, well, I'll fix it. It's a different thing than to say this is the only time this has happened, and then learn later that that's a fairly gross misrepresentation. I can understand why at that moment the respondent changed its approach to the case. I can see why at that moment the respondent became less interested in preparing a bill for the complainant to pay. And I can understand that the respondent at that moment became less inclined to go back for 14 years and do a full accounting. Once there was a critical number of instances in which these violations had occurred. I also am not, and I know that the investigator correctly did not find that that there's evidence of a specific intent, but the discussion about the wanting go-getters to appeal to younger clients to me doesn't move me to believe that there's a discriminatory animus here. I think that it's appropriate to want to appeal to younger clients, and I wouldn't know what words you would use differently than this. What they didn't say is we need young people to appeal to younger clients. They said we need go-getters, and that's, I think that's the words that a person should and could use legally and not face or not expect to face a claim of discrimination absent any other evidence. So, so that's my rationale for my motion.
Any other discussion for commissioners?
None for me.
Yeah, I guess I guess Commissioner Aspie's point is one that's I'm finding is persuasive to me, and that is that it's the magnitude of the deception. I would have been prepared to hear that there was a tolerance in the company, that they knew this was going on, that it was a way to give their trainers a little extra to let them do the double dipping. But the fact that she is confronted about it and misrepresents it has got to be serious enough for when an employer decides and finds that evidence in the face of being told something different, that it sours their ability to continue to have that employee. So I will support the motion.
I don't want to belabor this, but Commissioner David makes a good point. I too, in the investigator's report, had some reason to believe that this behavior was in fact tolerated. And that is compelling. Treating this person differently, for example, than it treats other employees would have really been problematic for me. And I don't think the investigator's report was not accurate. I just think it was a little bit unclear. And so the respondents, unrebutted, because there is no complainant here today, the respondents' unrebutted response is to say that only when and if employees notified management of this double billing situation were there corrections made and no sanction imposed. And that's that's a horse of a different color, as it were, than what happened in this case, sort of being discovered and then misrepresenting how many times it had occurred.
Any other discussion? Okay. So the motion is to find no reasonable grounds to believe unlawful age discrimination occurred. All those commissioners in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 1, 2, 3, 4. It's unanimous. The finding is no reasonable grounds. So the commission will send the parties a letter stating the finding and the procedural options hereafter.
Okay, our next case.
Madam Chairperson, I'm wondering if we could take a 5-minute break.
Sure. See everybody back here at 10:08.
Thank you.
Deb, are we ready to begin or?
Well, I don't see Jeff back yet.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. Yep. Is Amy back?
I never left. Where would I
Okay.
go?
All right. So it's 10:08. Our next case on the agenda is E19-0286 A and B, Frank Schwartz, the Corporate Chefs, Inc., and Eleanor North America. This is a reasonable grounds case. So is there anybody here for the respondent Corporate Chefs?
Stephen Orlando, good morning for the respondents.
Okay, Mr. Orlando, got 10 minutes.
Thank you. So just as some background, this is a corporate food catering service. The respondents purchased the company from the former company. Essentially, they became the company around April 2019. The respondents kept on all the staff from the prior company, including Mr. Schwartz, who was a chef manager. Frankly, over the first few months of employment, Mr. Schwartz wasn't a very good fit. He was having disputes with management. You'll see in the report, he believed, he described the management as a tyrant. He was told to work more efficiently. He believed he was being singled out. Eventually, there were complaints from other employees and from clients, the respondents' clients, about the complainant's behavior and about things that the complainant was saying. At that point, he was terminated. So Mr. Schwartz is alleging two things. He's claiming first that he was discriminated against based upon his age. And the allegation is that his health insurance premium for the respondents was more expensive than a younger employee, and he was terminated for that reason. He also claims he was terminated because he raised an objection to the food preparation, and he believes that in retaliation for that complaint, he was terminated. I do note in the report, the investigator acknowledged that this is a close case. There's no direct evidence of discrimination. And the report finds that Mr. Schwartz made a prima facie case on both of his claims and that the respondent presented a legitimate non-discriminatory reason on both claims. The issue that I raised in my statement is that the investigator appears to be relying on a lack of evidence from the respondent to determine that Mr. Schwartz met his burden of proving the legitimate reason was pretextual or fabricated. As to the health insurance issue, Mr. Schwartz has acknowledged he does not know that his health insurance premium is more expensive than a younger employee. He doesn't have that information. The respondents during the investigation informed the investigator that, in fact, all premium costs are the same. There is no disparate cost for Mr. Schwartz. So that was the only evidence on that issue, but the report nevertheless concluded that Mr. Schwartz had established that claim, and specifically cites the fact that the respondents failed to provide documentation corroborating their statement that the health insurance premiums were equal. The issue I have there is, on one hand, the report is accepting Mr. Schwartz saying, I don't personally know this, but I believe that the health insurance premiums were more for me. But then the report is not accepting the respondent saying, based on personal knowledge, I am telling you that no, the insurance premiums were the same for all people. So on the discrimination claim, I don't see that he has made a prima facie case and certainly has not rebutted the legitimate explanation provided by the respondent. As to the second claim of retaliation, Mr. Schwartz is stating that he complained about food preparation. Specifically, he thought certain vegetables and other food needed to be washed. The respondents, according to Mr. Schwartz, said, no, you don't need to wash those because they're already pre-washed. And he claims that because of that, he was subsequently terminated. However, the respondents have provided a thorough and detailed explanation for his termination. It was because of his poor performance. It was because of his disputes with management. It was because clients were coming to the respondent and saying to them, I'm not comfortable with Mr. Schwartz. I would like him removed from the company. So the respondents had planned to sit down and work through the problems with the complainant, but when a client approached them and said, we don't want this person working here, the respondents terminated him. And again, when you look at the report, you see the same issue where the report found a prima facie case, a reasonable explanation from the respondents or a legitimate reason for termination, but then finds that Mr. Schwartz has rebutted that reason because the respondents have not provided more evidence of that customer complaint. So the legal issue here is really a burden shifting one in that the report is relying on the respondents to prove something that Mr. Schwartz is required to prove and has not proved in this case. So in summary, the report in key aspects is relying upon some degree of speculation by Mr. Schwartz, and also is just not correctly applying the burden onto the third prong of these assessments. And I'll reserve the remainder of my time for any rebuttal.
Okay. When we get back to you, you'll have about 4.5 minutes. Questions for Mr. Orlando from commissioners? Commissioner Whitworth?
No, I don't have any questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Hellberg?
I have two questions. The first one for Attorney Orlando is, do you know if the insurance policy was community rated or individual rated?
I do not know that. I only know that in speaking with my client, the amount was the same for each employee.
Okay, because that would make a difference. The other question I have, it seems to me after reading through the investigator's report that, and you stated that he was terminated for, the complaint was terminated for performance. But it seems to me that the preponderance of the report says that basically he was not a good fit. It was the complaints to the respondent that really irked them and got him terminated when he was in fact bringing up some questions about food safety. Is that correct?
No, I think your first point might be correct. When I say performance, it really was more of his attitude within the company, the way he was speaking with other employees, with customers, rather than not doing his job as well. It was more the attitude he was bringing towards the workplace.
Was that identified to him then, as far as his attitude? And what is the policy as far as progressive discipline when it comes to fit or attitude?
They had, and it shows in the report, there was a sit down with him, and there was a plan to begin working on these issues with him and develop a plan to work with him. It was at that point that the client had complained and said, I'd like Mr. Schwartz removed from the company. And at that point, they took the action to terminate him.
Okay, there's two things on that last response, I guess. One is, was there actually a written plan put together for that? And then when you say a client complained, who is the client? Was it a customer of the catering service, or was it one of the investors, owners? Who was the client?
There's no report reference. There's no written document reference in the report. I don't believe there's one in the record. And the client was a customer of the business. So
yeah, I will agree to a lot of this is not in the record.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I wasn't trying to close down your legitimate in the record inquiries, Commissioner Hellberg.
No, that's all I had. Thank you, Amy.
Okay. Commissioner Ashby.
Does the record contain information about any other complaints by clients? Perhaps when the complainant worked for respondents' predecessors?
The investigator is saying no.
Correct, that's not the record.
All right. I understand your argument about the burden shifting issue, but do you think that argument is probably not as compelling in a case where the respondent claimed to the investigator that it had evidence indicating that the premiums weren't different for this employee, but then didn't produce them upon request. I mean, doesn't that change things a bit? I mean, we rely on our fact finder, and the fact finder, I think, has some discretion to factor credibility into his recommendations. Don't you think that perhaps the burden shifting argument is a bit weaker in a case where a representation is made by the respondent and have the evidence but just won't give it to the investigator?
I don't think so, especially in a case that's admittedly a very close call here, where the complainant is only speculating as to the health insurance premium, and then the respondent says, well, no, I can tell you this is a health insurance premium. And in a situation where there is no burden on the respondent, they're providing the first-hand information, and the only conflicting evidence is speculation by the complainant. I think that it's sufficient to represent to the investigator, this is the way our premiums work.
Alice, forgive me, they. I have no further questions for this. For you, Mr. Early.
Thank you.
Commissioner David?
I guess I'm not understanding the relationship. Is this a restaurant, or who is the customer and that's complaining, and to whom?
They offer, the record shows they offer food services for corporations.
So they go on site and deliver food or something like that?
Yes, they provide food to employees working in a business setting.
Why couldn't they produce the complaint that is found to be significant to the employer in discharging? And if it wasn't in writing, why couldn't they produce a witness? I
think it's sufficient that they explain their reason. They had a client. I mean, the question is, why was the respondent decided to terminate this person? And what they're saying is, we were having complaints from customers and a complaint from a client, and that is what motivated us to terminate this employee.
Yeah, but they're facing in this proceeding, they're facing the allegation that it's pretext. Why aren't they dealing with that?
Yes, and what Mr. Schwartz was required to do is prove that it was a pretextual explanation or a false explanation. And what the report does is say, well, because we didn't get any sort of affidavit or written documentation from that complaining client, then we are going to determine that Mr. Schwartz met his burden of proof based on what the respondent did not provide. And I think it's important to note that the report finds that the respondents provided a legitimate reason. They met their burden on that issue, and then shifted back to Mr. Schwartz to rebut that.
Was there any comparison of his wages in regard compared to other employees? Because of his wage scale, because of his longevity, how much more he was making? I mean, often these things are, the pretext is really to get rid of the higher paid, longer term employee.
The record does show that he was one of the higher paid employees, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to be clear too from the respondent that there was no written documentation as far as his fit and then the complaint from the client. Is that true?
Correct. That's not in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Orlando, you'll have just over 4 minutes remaining after we hear from Complainants Counsel. I'm going to mute you in the meantime.
Thank you.
Mr. Libby. Nope, you're still muted.
Good morning, commissioners and Executive Director Sneerson. My name is Seth Libby. I represent the complainant, Frank Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz is also on the call if you have questions for him, if that's something that you're interested in. He's expressed a willingness to take your questions. Just want to remind the commissioners that we are addressing 2 complaints here. There's a whistleblower complaint and an age discrimination complaint. The facts in both cases, to some extent, are overlapping. They are circumstantial evidence, but they do overlap. We support the investigator's findings in this case, and would like to start with pointing out that in both cases here, both complaints, the investigator found, and I'll read, complainant has demonstrated that respondents' reasons were false or irrelevant. I'd like to start with the age discrimination complaint here. The respondent has indicated that Mr. Schwartz was terminated because I mean their basic reason here was that he was not a good fit and that they had a complaint from the client. In this case, Mr. Schwartz was alleged to have not been performing up to expectation. As the report indicates, Mr. Schwartz is a chef. He's been a chef for 25 years, and he had worked at this same institution for the respondent's predecessor for 13 years. Mr. Schwartz has maintained that he never had a complaint. He was never insubordinate. Was compensated and promoted accordingly. 13 years of solid, excellent work history. Mr. Schwartz is not aware of any conflicts that he's had with the staff. Most of the staff from the prior institution came over. There were some executive level staff that were brought in by the respondent to sort of take over operations. He did, and he admits as much in the report, have conflicts with these managers, a couple of them at least, particularly on the issue of food preparation. And Mr. Schwartz's allegation is that he was instructed not to wash vegetables, certain vegetables, and he was ordered not to remove rotten pieces off of fruit and vegetables that were being put into dishes that were going to be served to the customers of this facility. He found this wrong. He felt that it was a betrayal of the trust that the customers had put in him. He also believed it was unlawful. And on at least 3 or 4 occasions, he pushed back on this. He initially was reluctant to do it. He told them why. He was told to do it. For a while, he went along with it, and at times he refused to do it. But ultimately, he acceded to their requests and continued to do it. He was not happy about this at all. But that's where he had tension with management. There was no other tension with existing employees or management in this kitchen, many of the people that he'd worked with for 13 years. After the takeover of the operation by the complainant, the respondent, Mr. Schwartz continued to perform many of his traditional duties. He's a chef. In particular, he was a chef who was outside of the kitchen. He prepared the specials. He interacted with the customers at this facility on a daily basis for 13 years. But in addition to that, he was assigned a number of other complaints. Many of these responsibilities were physically arduous. They required him to run from station to station. In particular, he was assigned the responsibility of dishwashing, in particular the pots and pans that accumulated in his kitchen on a daily basis. So he was expected to continue his cooking duties as well as take on these more arduous and physically demanding tasks. In terms of being disliked by the client, Mr. Schwartz takes issue with that complaint. Again, he's been at the facility for 13 years. He knows most of the 1,200 people who worked at this facility from all ranks, from management down to the building and grounds crew. He interacted with them on a daily basis. He had a good rapport. He was friends with many of these people outside of the facility. He'd never had a complaint in 13 years from any of the people in this facility, and seriously questions the respondent's allegation that somebody in the client's operation had launched a complaint about him. Another point we want to make here is that the age or the insurance question is one of the factors that was cited by the investigator. And I'll note the investigator said that this may have been a reason for complainant's discharge. This was by no means the only information that Mr. Schwartz was offering. There was the fact that he was being assigned tasks well outside of his responsibilities as a chef. Not that he complained, he's part of a kitchen, he understands the job has to get done, but it was uncanny to him that these arduous and physically demanding tasks kept falling to him. Occasionally there would be a younger dishwasher, and the younger dishwasher would then be put on another position, and Mr. Schwartz would have to go back to washing dishes. When Mr. Schwartz went on vacation, the complainant, the respondent, had no problem finding a dishwasher. As soon as he came back from vacation, Mr. Schwartz was again assigned the dishwashing. Mr. Schwartz was yelled at. He was physically intimidated. He did not see this occurring to any other employees, especially younger employees. And I think the last point, at least on the age here, is that, or the last 2 points, is that the respondent claimed that Mr. Schwartz's position was eliminated after he was terminated. And this seems to fly in the face of the fact that when Mr. Schwartz was there, there was already a shortage of staff, such that not only did he perform his cooking duties, but he had to go out and take on these other responsibilities, which are usually handled by younger or less experienced staff members. Finally, in terms of the question of the insurance, Mr. Schwartz has admitted that he doesn't know, but he believes that his insurance was more expensive. There was no response from the complainant on this point, but it's also noteworthy that it wasn't until 2 months after working for the respondent that Mr. Schwartz applied for insurance, turned in his application, and 3 days later he was terminated. I think that's all we really wanted to say here at this point.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Libby from commissioners? Commissioner Whitworth?
I do have one. So does the organization tend to, if this is in the record, make employment-related decisions relative to client requests?
I can't speak for the complainant's organization. My understanding, if I understand you correctly, you might be referring to the fact that they asked that Mr. Schwartz be terminated, and I don't have any insight into that. I do know that Mr. Schwartz found it rather peculiar that somebody in the client organization took issue with him, given his long history at that facility and his good rapport with many of the people there.
Commissioner, I'm not sure that there is something in the record about that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Libby?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking Commissioner Whitworth. Nope, okay.
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Helberg.
So there was a client complaint. And if this is in the record, do we know if that client was one that the complainant had worked with previously?
Apparently that's not in the record, Ted.
Okay. Second question is for the complainant or his representative. Was he made aware of the specific nature of the complaint, and was he offered the chance to correct that?
No, Commissioner Helberg. Mr. Schwartz was not apprised that he was doing anything wrong. I mean, he knew that he felt like he'd been singled out for additional duties, but he was never sat down and told that we have a number of complaints against you, and we'd like to sit down and address these.
So he was never offered the chance to rectify any complaints or performance issues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby,
I have no questions for you. Thank you.
Commissioner David.
Is it your position that some of the assignments of the more menial tasks are part of a scheme to drive him away, to make his job more difficult? And if so, is there time to do that in terms of the time of the corporate takeover? It's the new management that says he's not a good fit and lets him go, right?
Well, Commissioner David, what Mr. Schwartz wanted to make clear is that he's part of a kitchen crew, and as we stated in the report, there's no duty that's really too good for anybody in a kitchen. Everybody pulls together to get work done if it's necessary. What he found uncanny was the fact that not only was he assigned, I mean, there's dishwashing and then there's pots and pans, and the description was lots of large cooking pots, pans, and trays that would build up, and then he would be notified on a moment's notice, get over there and clean those pots and pans. Oh, by the way, while you're prepping food, set that aside, but we're not alleviating you of that obligation to continue cooking. He also would have to do a lot of running. I mean, it's anecdotal evidence, but we submitted evidence that his Fitbit or his tracker, I mean, he was registering an additional 3,000 to 4,000 footsteps a day after the takeover by respondent. So he'd have to run to different stations, come back and wash dishes. In the short term, everybody pulls together, but over a period of time, he began to question, why is this all falling on me? There are younger people here who could be doing these responsibilities. In fact, some of them were brought in to wash dishes and then they would disappear somewhere else in the organization.
And his personnel file from the 13 years of employment is there and available and comes over with the new management. In other words, the new management comes over, takes over the employees and has all those records, and you maintain that there's no complaints during that 13 years?
Commissioner David, it's my understanding that they did receive all of those records. We did not provide those records, but we understand that the takeover was a full administrative and managerial takeover. So they had access to all of the prior caterers' records and records and personnel files.
Commissioner David, I would just note, I'm hearing from the investigator that there was no personnel file provided.
Okay. And what is the time frame of the new management compared to when he's let go? Is that 2 months? Am I remembering that right?
About 2 months, and he was terminated, I believe it was June 14th. So the new management took over on April 1st, and Mr. Schwartz had a 2-week vacation at the end of May, came back on June 1st and applied for insurance or requested an application on June 1st, which he submitted on June 11th.
And there's no progressive discipline in that period of time?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners, for Mr. Libby? Nope. Okay. So Mr. Libby, you'll have about 2.5 minutes left after we go back to Mr. Orlando.
Thank you. I'll just make one point that Mr. Libby did mention, that the respondents eliminated the complainant's position after this event. So there's no evidence that they went and hired someone younger or that they hired anyone else different. I think it's reasonable to infer as well that the fact that Mr. Schwartz's job was deemed to be not necessary for the company would also explain why he was being given tasks outside the scope of what might be considered as normal work. The fact is, once he was eliminated, this position wasn't filled again. That's all. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm muted. Any other questions for Mr. Orlando? Commissioner Whitworth?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg?
If his position was slated to be eliminated, why was the reason for his termination that he was not a good fit? It seems to me that's contradictory.
No, and I'm not saying that it was intended to be phased out or that's why they did it. I'm just noting that after terminating him, they chose not to fill this position again. So it's not as if they went out and found someone younger to take the role.
Well, I understand that they didn't, fill it with anybody younger, but it just seems to me that if they're going to eliminate a position, that would have been the reason for his termination, and we may not be in this situation. But he was told he was not a good fit, and that was the reason for termination. So can you respond to that briefly?
Correct. And I'm not suggesting that they intended to eliminate the position and that's why they did it and that there's another reason. I'm just noting that after choosing to terminate this person, they declined to fill this position again, at least in the last year.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
Nothing. Thank you very much.
Commissioner David?
No, thank you.
Okay. So back to Mr. Libby. You have about 2.5 minutes left if you want to use them, Mr. Libby.
No executive director Sneerson. I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Any commissioner follow-up questions for Mr. Libby? Seeing none. Okay. Then we would go to the investigator. This is Alice Neal.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Alice Neal as the investigator on this case. I want to just clarify a few things for you all to put some of this in perspective. You've heard a lot of facts about what's happened in this case, and those are largely not in dispute about the making complaints about dishwashing. One thing I did want to point, there are a few things that are not in the record that have been referenced, just so you know when you're thinking about the case. The inquiries about community insurance rates wasn't in the record about what type of insurance there was, nor was I provided with any copy of a progressive discipline plan as part of the information in the record. And for context for Commissioner David, this is a facility that has an on-site restaurant for its employees, if you haven't been able to pick that up from the conversation. So it's not someone who's coming in and catering. There's actually a kitchen in the facility where employees come and purchase food as part of a cafeteria in their day-to-day work. And so one of the other things that came up today that I had not heard in the record before is that there were complaints from employees or multiple clients that had made complaints. In terms of the record and what I reviewed and what I had in front of me is that there was one client complaint. And, I understand respondents' argument about the burden shifting and what they're trying to put forward. However, I will say that I have one statement that says, we told you what the insurance was. It is not uncommon for an investigator to ask for information to verify that the allegations made in an answer are actually true and correct. We have on the one hand a complaint from complainant that is sworn under oath, and then respondent's answer that is written by in-house counsel. It is not a sworn affidavit. It is not under oath. So I can't look at those two as the same as equal when I'm comparing the evidence. And so I ask routinely for things to verify what the allegations are. So I asked for the complaint that was made by the client. I asked for copies of insurance documents to prove that what responding was set forth as their argument was actually true. And with the failure of providing that information, that did lead me to believe that there is an even chance on both the age claim and on the whistleblower claim that there might have been discrimination and the complainant may be able to prevail in a civil action. In terms of the allegation that Mr. Schwartz's position was eliminated after the fact, if you note in my report, I did say that it is unlikely that respondent didn't need the ongoing duties to be performed of cooking, dishwashing, all of the things that Mr. Mann's position did, whether or not they eliminated the position, and that the majority of respondents' employees were younger. And so that is where I came with the age claim as part of my analysis in that. So those are really the things that I wanted to make sure that I pointed out for you. Definitely the difference between a sworn statement and an unsworn statement and how we look at those and compare them in terms of making our recommendations as part of the report. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioner Whitworth, any questions?
No, thank you, Alice, for that.
Commissioner Helberg?
No questions. Thank you, Alice.
Commissioner Ashby?
None. Thank you, Alice.
Commissioner David?
Alice, am I correct that there's only one client here, and that's the company that employs the respondent to run the kitchen in their facility? Is that right? When you say that
there's one corporate client, but what it seemed like the attorney Orlando was saying today is that there may have been more than one employee within that client that complained, where the record that I had reflected there was only, like, the client complained, but it wasn't given to me as there are a myriad of employees who work for the client that are now complaining about complainant. Does that help to clarify?
Yeah, it does. And you asked to see that complaint in some form, and it's described as a complaint by the client, meaning the business, meaning the corporation, somebody in the corporation speaking for the corporation. But there's no evidence of multiple individuals making complaints.
Not to my knowledge.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any final questions for the investigator from the commissioners? Nope. Okay, thank you, Alice. So then we've heard from the parties, we've heard from the investigator. There are two proposed findings, so we would be looking for a motion or motions.
I'd make a a motion that we accept the recommendation of the investigator on both complaints, that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent discriminated against the complainant on the basis of his age when he was discharged him from his employment, and that there are reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent retaliated against the complainant for engaging in protected activity, and that the complaint should be conciliated in accordance with the act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. Okay, so the motion is to find reasonable grounds on both claims. So all those commissioners in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 2, 3, 4 to 0. It's unanimous. Both findings are reasonable grounds. The commissioners will, not the commissioners, the commission will send the parties a letter outlining the next steps of the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb. Now, the next case actually, I want to say, should actually not have been on the agenda. I think that we have a relatively new staffer doing the agenda, and I think that they did not understand that the objection that was submitted is from a party who's not actually contesting the results. I don't think we should hear argument on this. I think that this should have been on the consent agenda. So I think the commissioners, in my mind, and Barbara can disagree procedurally if she wants, I think the commissioners should just vote to adopt the recommended determinations.
No, I agree. There was no objection to the investigator's report on the substance of the recommendations.
And just a question, we require an objection to the report before it rises to the level of hearing in this process, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Sorry,
go ahead,
Amy.
Barbara.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Yes, what triggers a hearing is someone objecting to the recommendation. In this case, the party agreeing with the investigator's decision had a factual correction that they wanted to make, but that does not normally get the case on a hearing agenda.
Right, and we don't adjudicate that issue.
We don't.
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Well, along those lines is now, in light of those facts, it's analogous to this case being on the consent agenda, and that's fine. But if instead we make a motion in this setting, does that somehow set us up for a procedural problem, or is it like, does it make as much sense to simply ask this to go to next month's consent agenda, or is it appropriate still for us to make a motion?
I think it's still fine for you to make the motion.
Well, then I move that we adopt the findings of the investigator that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that respondent discriminated against complainant based on race, color, or sex, and that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that respondent discriminated against complainant in violation of the Human Rights Act or the WPA, and that the complaint should be dismissed.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor, commissioners in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's no reasonable grounds, and the commission will send parties and counsel a letter explaining the finding. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. And I think there's a bunch of the other individual respondents were on here. So thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next case on the agenda, E19-0501, Alexia Barcelo v. Bright Beginnings Childcare. Is there anybody here for Alexia Barcelo?
Yes, Jason Dion for Alexia Barcelo.
We don't often get counsel on both sides in one meeting, the same lawyer on both sides. So, Mr. Dion, you have 10 minutes.
Sure. So Ms. Barcelo was a 24-year-old employee at a daycare, Bright Beginnings Childcare. In this particular instance, during a short period of time in late February, early March, Ms. Barcelo raised concerns with her employer regarding food safety and the feeding of expired food to children. The first complaint being made to the head teacher about a pasta that had been a week old. This complainant, Ms. Barcelo, is Serve Safe certified, and she indicated to the head teacher she didn't believe that serving that food was safe, and she was instructed to feed it to the children anyway. In a subsequent confrontation with the owner of the company, she raised the issue again, this time about the feeding of expired food in general. There's some dispute over what was said during that meeting, but there's no dispute that that meeting took place, that the complainant raised concerns about the feeding of expired food to the children, that the owner of the company essentially denied the practice, although she openly admits that she purchases food on discount and that she has purchased food near or close to the expiration date of the food. So in this particular instance, in late February, early March, one of the parents approached the complainant about their child losing weight and about the food practices. She was truthful with the parent and told the parent that expired food was being provided. The parent asked for photographs, and photographs were taken by the complainant and texted to the parent. The photographs which have been provided as part of the record in this case include the photographs that were sent to that parent. One of the disputes in the case was whether or not those photographs were available and discussed with the owner of the company during the confrontation. Position of the complainant was that she had deleted them from her phone after she sent them for fear of retaliation from her employer. The employer first said that during the meeting that she, after being approached, her response was to grab items from the shelf and start showing that the items were not expired. She subsequently responded that she looked at the photographs and that the timestamps on the photographs indicated that they were not expired as of the time that the photographs were taken. And we know that that's not accurate for a couple of reasons. Number one of the parents who provided a statement in this case indicated that she had seen the complainant taking the photographs, and it seemed to be just prior to her termination. The other reason we know is that one of the photographs, the expiration date on the product predates her hire at the company or at the daycare. The expired 2 months before she was even hired, and she had been an employee there for approximately 8 or 9 months. The complainant was provided with a written warning that basically said, stop telling people or don't say anything about this practice anymore, what she called slanderous statements. Up until the fact-finding conference, there was no indication that there was anything else negative said other than about the food safety. And then lo and behold, at the fact-finding, she indicated that, well, it was also based upon personal statements that had been made against the owner of the company, some sort of suggestive of promiscuity during her divorce that she felt was personally offensive to her. However, the context in which she indicates that that statement came to her attention was from a parent who provided a statement indicating that she had observed the complainant having this discussion on the 9th of March, 2 days before her termination. She was terminated on the 11th, but the statement indicates that the owner of the company wasn't told that information until the 12th, the day after her termination. So the only information that was before her was she had made 2 complaints to her employer, one through the head teacher, one through the owner, about unsafe practices in this daycare, unsafe practices of feeding expired food to children. She photographed it. She sent it to the parent, which ultimately allowed us to be able to provide it to the commission as part of her complaint. And she was discharged. There was no other basis or reasonable basis for discharge other than the fact that she raised this complaint about food safety with her employer. For those reasons, we feel that it's very clear that there are reasonable grounds to believe that she was retaliated against as a result of her complaints. I'll reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Dion? Commissioner Whitworth?
Not at this
Nope.
time.
Okay. Commissioner, you guys all move. When people leave the meeting, all the blocks move. Commissioner Hellberg?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
As I understand your presentation just now, you indicate that a parent in fact witnessed the complainant taking the photographs. The investigator made a finding that a parent heard the complainant talking about having taken pictures but did not actually see complainant take them. Is this discrepancy because we have maybe 2 different parents? I mean, I'm having a hard time understanding the disparity or the discrepancy between what you just said and what the investigator found.
I believe it was in the original. I did not distinguish between that particular parent and another, but my inclusion of that was based upon the original submission and answer to the complaint provided by the daycare.
Sort of pre-investigation, you mean?
Part of the, correct. Not part of the fact finding, but it was not part of the fact finding conference, but prior to in the submissions that were provided.
So, I mean, may we then infer that the fact finding kind of developed facts perhaps different than what you had understood to be complained of?
It's possible, but the fact of the matter is that the complainant herself indicates that she took those photographs just prior to being terminated. We know that it resulted in the March 8 write-up because obviously the conversation with the conversation that was overheard was on March 9th. March 8th, she received a write-up as a result of her communications with this parent, which had just previously happened. Those communications with that parent were the result of sending those photographs. And she took those photographs, sent them to the parent. The parent approached the owner. The owner wrote up my client on March 8th. The notion that she somehow would have taken photographs a month prior, 2 months prior, and still doesn't explain the photograph of the food expired prior to her being hired.
Okay. There are other discrepancies from your presentation and the findings of the fact finder. It may mean that we need to speak to the fact finder, but does the complainant agree that she only reported her concerns about expired food to the owner at the meeting where she was discharged?
No, she also raised it previously with the head teacher to complain about the pasta. The head teacher acts in the role of the owner or manager in her absence. So this was the second complaint to management.
Does the head teacher act in the role of the manager or owner? What's the basis for saying as much?
That was raised in the fact-finding conference and not rebutted.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner David.
Do we have that written warning or discipline? And what does it say?
I've had it brought to my concern that you have been talking to a parent and saying a lot of negative things about Marcy and myself. This is not okay. If you have a problem with something, Marcy or myself.
Mr. Dion, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mr. Dion, I'm sorry to interrupt you in mid-sentence. Please don't use the names. I know you're doing exactly what the commissioner asked and reading it. If you could just leave out the name. Thank you.
Sure. If you had a problem with something someone X or myself does, you need to come directly to us and not talk behind our back to a parent. This is very unprofessional. This is now your second write-up. I hope this will not happen again, because if more lies or rumors are spread about staff, you will be terminated. This is unacceptable. I do not tolerate staff talking about other staff in a negative manner. If anything else is brought to our attention, termination may be a factor.
So there are allegations in there that there are other reasons other than the complaint about expired food, correct?
No, this is the report to the parent about the expired food. Marcy, the other person named is identified as the head teacher.
Okay, that's the head teacher. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dion? Commissioner Hellberg, it looked like you were thinking deeply.
No, I was not thinking deeply, but thank you.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Dion, we will come back to you then in a minute. I don't know if there's anybody here for respondent. I think we had some trouble. Our emails to them were bouncing back towards the end of the process. So I don't know. They were served by mail with a copy of the report, but I don't know if there's anybody here on their behalf. Is there anyone here for Bright Beginnings Childcare? Okay, I'm going to assume that there is not. So then I'm going to ask Mr. Dion if you have anything else you want to add. You have over 4 minutes left if you want to use them. You're muted.
Just to note that there really is no dispute. The owner has indicated that the reasons that she terminated the employee was, number one, for telling the parent about feeding of expired food, and two, for what first, again, came up for the very first time in the fact-finding conference, which was some personal remarks about her. However, like I said, that information, apparently, according to the statement that was provided by the parent, was only learned by the owner on the 12th, the day after she terminated the complainant.
Any follow-up questions for Mr. Dion before we hear from the investigator? I do not see any. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dion. Now we turn to Kit Thompson-Crossman.
Good morning, investigators. Can you all hear me?
Just call them all investigators.
Sorry. Good morning, commissioners. I also need some more coffee. Don't we all? So as a preliminary matter, as it says in my report, I did not find the complainant to be credible in this matter. I think I had 3 different explanations of who she made reports to and when, and that inconsistency largely sort of flavored how I interpreted everything else that was in the record. I also, when reviewing the respondent submissions and the write-ups that complainant received, it's not clear to me that those were because she made some report about expired food. They're about her slandering, which I think respondent doesn't understand as a legal term, but about her spreading rumors and saying negative things about the staff. And about her, it isn't necessary, isn't specific to the food related concerns that she brought up. The parent, Commissioner Ashby, you had asked about the parent who made that statement about seeing the pictures. the way I read her statement was that she spoke to complainant on the 9th, and complainant was talking about pictures that she had taken. There wasn't an indication to me that that parent had seen her taking the pictures. The wording is a little unclear, but given the context of the record, that was how I interpreted that statement. The only other thing I'll say is that the pictures that were provided, there is evidence in the record that food that belonged to employees of respondent were kept in the same area, not in the same like shelves, but in the same sort of like in the same room and in the same area of that room. And that employee food might have been expired, but that was not being served to the children. An example of that is I believe there's a photo of Cheerios that actually belonged to respondent's owner and wasn't something that was being served to the children. And so given the inconsistencies in complainant's story, I also assumed that perhaps some of the things that were expired might have belonged to employees. There was some testimony, not testimony, there were some statements back and forth about that. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Kit. Questions for the investigator, Commissioner Whitworth?
No, I just wanted to say, Kit, even though the report was short, I think it was very well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hellberg.
I'm thinking deeply right now, but
as you normally do.
As I normally do, but I have no other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby, do you have some deep thoughts to share as well?
Not to share. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner David.
Kit, my ears perk up when somebody in a position of a fact finder says they don't find a person credible. Can you say more about that? First, the question is that based on face-to-face conversations by you with her in the fact finding, I presume?
To the extent that anything these days is face-to-face, yeah, we had a Zoom meeting. And I believe at the conference I had 2 different explanations from her about how the owner was notified about the expired food, and neither of those matched the explanation given in her complaint.
Right, but the mere inconsistency is a little bit different from the quality that I hear you expressing, that you did not find her credible. And you're our eyes and ears, I guess. So. Yeah,
I mean, it's a subjective.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to explain over, again, over Zoom. But to the extent that I was trying to establish when she took the pictures, who saw the pictures, how did the owner find out about her concerns? At one point, she said and this was actually confirmed in substance by the owner, that she brought concerns to the owner in a conversation prior to her termination about her concerns about the food. The owner pointed out to her that the food was not expired, that she was serving to the kids. And instead of taking it any further, complainant walked away because she was afraid she was going to get heated. Those were basically her words. And then later, I have the notes here, if you'll give me just a minute. She said that then she didn't actually say anything to the owner about the expired food being unsafe until she was fired. It was just, there was a lot of, there was stuff that just didn't make sense to me, I guess, is how I will explain it. Does that answer your question?
It does. It does. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the investigator before we go to the next step? I see deep thoughts, but heads shaking. Okay. So we've heard from complainant. Actually, Mr. Dion, at this point, I understand that I was a little vague. I should have said, is there anything else from commissioners at this point? At this point, we don't usually hear from parties or their counsel.
None from me.
Okay. So we've heard from the parties, we've heard from the investigator. We would be looking for a motion. There's one proposed finding here.
Sorry, Mr. Am I permitted to respond to the credibility?
No. At this point, unless a commissioner specifically has a question for you, then no, you are not.
Okay.
usually the investigator is sort of the last word for the commissioners.
So in that case, I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation of the investigator that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent retaliated against the complainant for engaging in protected activity, and the complaint should be dismissed in accordance with the act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I as I said, talking to the investigator, I have to defer to her judgment about credibility. That there's other stuff going on. Attorney Dion makes a good argument about those facts about the food, but the written warning and the credibility issue lead me to say that I need to support the investigator.
Anybody else?
No, thank you.
Okay. So the motion is to find no reasonable grounds. All those commissioners in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4. It's unanimous. The finding is no reasonable grounds to believe discrimination occurred. Thank you, Mr. Dion. And now we are at the last case. Mr. Gagnon has, and I may have just pronounced your name wrong, but he has been patiently waiting on the phone here. I'm sorry, I just did the calling of the case when that's your job, Deb. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So our next case is H20-0343, Lawrence Gagnon or Gagne v. Waterville Housing Authority. Is there anybody here for Lawrence Gagnon?
Mr. Gagnon, your phone is muted right now. And I think you know how to unmute it because you did it before. So if you do know how to unmute it, now would be a good time. Mr. Gagnon, can you unmute? Maybe if I put you in the waiting room and then let you back in, it will unmute you. I'm going to try that. Nope, that didn't work. I muted you, but I think you have to unmute yourself. I'm asking you to unmute. Ah, you did it. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying.
I know. Sorry. And I had muted you before just so we didn't hear background noise. Okay, so you have 10 minutes to explain your objection to the commissioners, but again, please don't use the names of any witnesses or third parties.
Okay, my name is Lawrence Gagnon. I'm 69 years old. Am I still there?
You are still there.
69 years. Okay, I heard that. Beep, 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 beep. That's what I was wondering. I'm 69 years old. I have COPD. I have a BiPAP machine. I'm on oxygen. I'm receiving smoke in the building below me. My apartment is still on today. They even tried putting on incense, but I've complained and complained and complained to housing to stop the smoking, but they won't. I mean, I have a hard time to breathe because of the smoke. I'm on oxygen. They just won't do nothing. They finally put in some cameras on both ends of the building, but if they just watch the cameras, the people who live below me are heavy smokers. If they watch the cameras, they don't go out. They don't have to. Housing won't do nothing. I've tried everything. They complain that I didn't complain enough, but I complained so much that it was doing no good. I just like I said, I have a hard time to breathe. Coming up, but as far as housing cares, they don't. I'm just so tired of it. They just don't care. It's not them breathing. It is so bad in my bedroom. I can't even sleep in my bedroom, and I've told them this. But do they care? No. They say they tried to tell me. They told the first person that I refused to move. That they talked to me about it. No, they didn't. Nothing was said. Only one time was the issue coming up about moving. They asked me. The person asked me, "You really don't want to move, do you?" And I said, "No, but I do want the smoking to stop." And they even told me, one of the other things they sent out, whatever, saying that the smoke was coming about 60 feet from my bedroom on the opposite side of the building, which is impossible for me to smell it. Heavy smoke. Now, I don't know what else to say. All I know is that there's a lot of smoking coming up into my bedroom. I mean, it's bothering me. I get headaches. I get nauseated. I have to use my nebulizer just to try to breathe again. I mean, it's terrible. They just don't want to do nothing. Like I said, I've seen them go outdoors a few times. I give them commended. But when it's cold, snowy, very hot, oh, no, they don't go outdoors. Why should they? Especially on the weekends. The housing gets done at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. They have all that time to smoke, do anything they want because housing is gone. And on the weekend, the same thing. Housing is gone. Who in the world is going to stop them from smoking? Nobody. Because there's nobody watching, nobody protecting me. Now, as far as I believe, my rights are being violated. Nobody doesn't really care. I'm just tired of it. I don't want to move. I've been here 9 years. And I'm just tired of it. Heck, I mean, the cigarette people who smoke cigarettes have more to smoke in this building than I have to live without it. You know, I mean, this building is not allowed to be smoked in it. You can't even smoke on the property. If that don't stop them, why would it stop them? Housing does not care. I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's just unfair to me. All I want is the smoking to stop. I want nothing else. I like where I'm living. I've been here 9 years, going on 10, and I should not have to live and smoke cigarettes. I mean, come on. You wouldn't want to live in a house smoking is popping up all the time. I'm up at 2:30 in the morning. Cigarette smoke is filling in my cigarette smell is coming into my apartment around between 2:30, 3:30, sometimes 4:30, sometime all day long is cigarette smoke. Because they know they can't be stopped because no one is looking. I was even read where the person I'm talking about was verbally warned, not a written warning, even though it's illegal to smoke in here. They gave him a verbal warning. Hello? Okay. That's it. I don't know what else to say. I'm just so tired of the smoke. Now move it. Move. I'm on the phone. Who is it? All right, just drop it on the chair. I'm on the phone. Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm done.
So, do I understand that you're finished for now?
I guess so.
Okay. All right.
Same there.
Well, what we're going to do now, Mr. Gagnon, and I don't want to put you on mute again because it was hard for you to get off of mute, but I do two things. Number one is next I'm going to see if our commissioners have any questions for you. And after that, I would like it if you could be quiet while we hear from the Housing Authority's representative, okay?
Okay, why am I getting this beep, 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 beep every about, I don't know, five, 6 minutes?
I don't know because we're not hearing that.
Okay.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is see if the commissioners have any questions for you. Commissioner Whitworth.
Yeah.
No questions.
Commissioner Helberg.
I have a question for Mr. Gagnon. Is it your understanding that the Housing Authority did try to take some steps, but the only question is that it did not eliminate smoking? Is that correct? But they did take some steps, reasonable steps to try to eliminate it?
Just recently, I mean, they put in some cameras. I think it's been there now about probably a month, but that's about it. I mean, otherwise than that.
Okay.
Okay. Hang on a minute. I gotta go get my other phone. I know why they're beeping. My phone is battery's down, so I gotta go get my other phone. So hang in there. I'm gonna try to get my other phone, turn it on. Hopefully you'll still be there. Hang on. That's what they're beeping for. Okay.
Oops, I think he disappeared.
Yeah, those are all the questions I had.
Well, it's a good thing because he's gone, but I'm thinking he's going to be back when he gets his other phone. So maybe we can return to when he comes back, which I assume will be momentarily. We'll go to Commissioner Ashby.
Which may be that the phone actually died.
I think that's what probably happened.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep. It's old school, right? An actual phone. I'm thinking that he'll call back in a minute, so I don't want to get started with Mr. La Liberty yet, who's here for a respondent. But if it takes a little bit longer, then I guess we could go ahead. My guess is that now he has to go find the phone number again.
I would agree with going forward, and then if we need to have him come back in after the respondent is finished. Does that make sense?
Yeah, is that okay with the other commissioners? No, Barbara says no.
We can't do that. Okay.
He has the right to hear what respondent has to say.
Correct.
That's a good point that you make, Barbara. That's why she's your lawyer.
but the right to hear what they have to say is the right to be here, and he's not.
Yeah, but we know that his phone just died. We should give him a couple more minutes.
We should give him some liberty there.
I'll give him a few more minutes.
If I had his number, I would just call him, but I don't. Oh, Milo Gitchos gives me the number. Why, thank you, Milo Gitchos. I'm going to try calling it. That's good investigator work right there. Let's try it. Name, and what was his name again? Moritz. Thank you, Milo. 692. Let's see what happens. It's an advanced number for us. Oh, there he is. Hold on. Mr. Gannon, I think you, if you could unmute yourself.
Hello?
Oh, yes. Hello, Mr. Gagnon.
Oh,
Okay.
my phone, the beeping was going on because the phone was dead. I had it on for quite a while.
Yes. So we waited because we want to make sure we give you a chance to hear everything that happens. So Mr. Hellberg had finished asking you questions, and next I'm going to ask if our Commissioner Jefferson Ashby has any questions for you.
I actually have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner David.
No.
Okay. So now, Mr. Gagnon, I'm going to ask you to be quiet while we hear from Mr. La Liberty for Waterville Housing. And then after we do that, then we'll come back to you a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to mute you again because it's hard to unmute you. I think it's hard for you. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but okay. Now, Mr. La Liberty.
Thank you. This is James La Liberty. I represent the Waterville Housing Authority in this matter. And I'll be very brief. I'm asking the commissioners to uphold the recommendation of the investigator to find that there were no reasonable grounds to believe that the Housing Authority discriminated against Mr. Gagnon. The Housing Authority on all of its properties has a no smoking policy, and it's been that way for quite a number of years now. They also enforce the policy as absolutely as best as they can do so. And in Mr. Gagnon's situation, in the particular building he lives in, same thing. There's a no smoking policy, and it's strictly enforced. If people are caught smoking, or if they admit to smoking, or otherwise, if the Housing Authority thinks a violation has occurred, they're required under the lease to give them a notice with a opportunity to cure, essentially stop smoking on the property. And as long as a tenant does not have any more violations, then they won't be evicted. On the flip side, if they do not comply, then they will be evicted. And the Housing Authority has evicted several tenants in the past for smoking violations. In this situation, Mr. Smart, the property manager for the Housing Authority, essentially did everything he could in order to prevent smoking from happening at the Housing Authority property that Mr. Gagnon resigns at. And, it basically, the investigator did a good job of sort of reiterating everything that Mr. Smart did. And those were all supported by notes in the file as well. And then the very last thing that I would say is that the Waterville Housing Authority was never made aware of, actually to this day, any disability that Mr. Gagnon has, other than one doctor's note that they received after the fact that mentioned that smoking can affect his health. Other than that, I would just ask the commission to support and adopt the investigator's recommendation. I'd be happy to take any questions at this point.
Amy, you're muted.
I'm not actually. It's just that my speaker is not working.
Oh, we can hear you now.
Oh, yeah. It's just not working. it's working intermittently. So Commissioner Whitworth.
No questions.
No. Okay. Commissioner Hellberg.
Does the respondent or the housing authority, I'm sorry, the respondent actually agree that smoking is taking place on the premises?
It had in the past, and the tenant was given a warning and didn't violate it again. And then that was back in February of this year. And the housing authority hadn't heard anything from Mr. Gagnon between that incident and when he filed his complaint, which I don't remember the exact date, but it was a good 4 or so months after the last complaint that he made.
So it's your contention that the authority does uphold the no smoking policy, and if indeed it's violated after written warnings, is the next step eviction?
If it's violated after written warnings, yeah. But also the commissioner's got to keep in mind that smoking can be a little bit difficult to prove in a court of law. So I happen to do the evictions for Waterville Housing Authority as well. And, you know, in any eviction, obviously the landlord has to prove by preponderance of the evidence that somebody violated the lease. And sometimes if a third party comes and says, you know, hey, I smelled smoke outside of, you know, tenant Y's door, and then the property manager goes and checks up on it and doesn't notice anything. In my opinion, that's not enough to bring somebody to court and evict them. So there has to be solid evidence that a person has not only violated the non-smoking policy one time, but also twice. And I've done many evictions for the housing authority where the sole reason for the eviction was violation of the smoking policy.
So just one other quick question for you. When you use the term solid evidence, is that relying on direct observation, or what is solid evidence? Well,
I mean, I couldn't give you every single example of solid evidence, but it would basically have to include, or I should say have to exclude anything that's based on hearsay or any you know, observations by a tenant that weren't necessarily trustworthy. But I will say that Mr. Smart,
could you not use the names of any person who's not a party to the case?
I thought he was a party, but maybe he is not. So the property manager goes around and, you know, essentially does surveys of each of the properties. And in this particular property, he would go after Mr. Gagnon made his complaints. He would go before and after hours, essentially before he was on the clock and after he was on the clock, or after he got off the clock, I should say, to either investigate something that has been specifically told to him, or simply to go do, you know, an unannounced inspection, not of anybody's particular unit, but just of the property itself.
So would the property manager then directly confront someone or based on smell or observation? I mean, I'm still not clear on that, and I apologize, but.
Yeah, well, absolutely. If the property manager had either smelled smoke outside of somebody's room or seen somebody smoking, then he would absolutely confront them. You know, if he saw them in person, he would do it in person. If smell was just coming from a door and he knocked on the door and nobody answered, then he would leave a note or a warning if it necessitated it. But yeah, anytime that he could confront somebody in person, he certainly would. It's, you know, from the housing authority's perspective, it's not only good for neighbors if basically they enforce their smoking policy, because a lot of people obviously don't enjoy being in their residence smelling smoke, secondhand smoke, if they don't smoke themselves. But, you know, as much or probably a bigger concern of the housing authority is simply the fire risk posed by tenants smoking in their units.
And just one last question. Was the authority aware of the complainant's disability? I think you said that there was one note. Was there anything else?
No, they're not aware that he has a disability. The only, you know, sort of medical documentation that they ever received was a letter from a doctor that Mr. Gagnon had seen. And it said, I'm probably not going to be able to find it right now, but it essentially said something to the effect of smoking can negatively affect Mr. Gagnon's health.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Commissioner Ashby.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Assuming that there is a disability here, do you agree that it is in fact a reasonable accommodation to ask you to enforce your no smoking policies?
Well, I guess it's a good legal question because it's not enforcing the smoking policy is something that the housing authority does regardless. So whether that's considered a reasonable accommodation for somebody or not, it's something that the housing authority does for all tenants, whether they're disabled and asking for a reasonable accommodation or whether they're not disabled. It's simply a rule that they enforce across the board, period.
In this instance, the property manager did warn the neighbor because, as I understand it, the property manager went to the neighbor's home and noted a clear odor of the smell of cigarettes. Do you know if that warning was in writing? If it's in the record.
I believe it was. It was in writing. I don't know if it's in the record or not.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner David.
Did they make those unannounced visits? In this case, after the complaint? In that
yes.
form? Okay.
Yes.
Specifically, and they document those and note the times that they've dropped by?
Correct.
And those were in the period after the written warning for that 4 months?
Correct. Yeah, this was, yes, it was done during this time period. Yeah, during that 4 month time period that Mr. Gagnon was complaining about smoking.
Do you know how many times?
If I can just grab the notes, let's see here.
It's all right. And the tenants deny it when the property manager speaks to them, right?
That's often the case. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of denials. In this particular, the tenant in Mr. Gagnon's, the building that he resides in, I believe that the tenant, well, I don't think the tenant just flat out admitted it. I don't know if he flat out denied it. But the property manager did give that person a warning.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Liberty, you'll have some time remaining after we go back to Mr. Gagnon.
Thank you.
So Mr. Gagnon, now we come back to you, and you have about 3.5 minutes left in your time if you want to comment on anything that Mr. La Liberty said or anything that the commissioners brought up, or if you want to add something, you can do that now. This will be your last chance to speak directly to the commissioners.
Okay. I complained several times, a lot of times, where the complaints were just not being, they were not even, sometimes they wouldn't even call me back. And I complained so much, like I said, they wouldn't even call me back, that I just gave up. I mean, hello, when you complain enough and nobody wants to do nothing about it, I mean, I don't know. If he checked on these people, of course they're going to say, well, no, we ain't smoking. I mean, like, hello? What else you going to say? Yeah, I'm smoking cigarettes right here, and I'm smoking 3 or 4 packs a day? Sure. you're right. It's just like asking a crook if he's a crook. He's going to tell you, no, I'm not. This is just nuts. I just, like I said, I just want the smoke to stop. That is it. I ain't asking for nothing else. But they just, like I always said, they just don't care. It's not them that's breathing this stuff. And I think you can look through the records, the papers that my doctor, my lung doctor sent them papers. As I know, they sent them papers. When the woman there at Northern Lights, she sent them papers. And my lung doctor told me he sent them papers saying that I am COPD and I have lung trouble. So I don't know where he's getting his information from. And then some people are lying to me, they know. Because they had me put a doggone oxygen thing on my door. I have a sign that says oxygen in use. So if I'm not that bad off, then why do I have a sign on my door saying that I have to have oxygen? Like, hello? I have sleep apnea. Why would I have sleep apnea if there's nothing wrong with me? They don't care. I mean, like I said, I have sleep apnea. I can't even save me from dying, for Pete's sake. He woke me to let me know that I wasn't breathing. I mean, how many pets, do that? But I'm just saying, I have all kind of medical problems. It's there. All they got to do is look. But I'm afraid they don't want to look. Oh, boy. I don't know. It just don't seem like things just ain't right. I don't understand it. So I'll just say, whatever. Whatever you people decide, I can't change it, so I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Commissioners, I would note that the information that Mr. Gagnon just shared about an oxygen tank and a card on the door, that's not in the record. And he did mention in the records some of these diagnoses, but I don't think there's any medical records provided about some of them. So commissioners, do you have any final questions for Mr. Gagnon? Commissioner Whitworth?
No.
Commissioner Hellberg?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
No, thank you.
Commissioner David?
No.
Okay. So hang on, Mr. Gagnon. We're going to go back to the Housing Authority. Mr. LaLiberty, you have some time remaining, about 7 minutes. You can use some or all of them if you want.
Thank you. I just briefly say that Mr. Gagnon was offered to be moved into a unit in a completely separate building back in, I think it was February, but he chose not to. And in regards again to the medical issues, the letter that I was referring to, and I think Mr. Gagnon referred to it on during his time as well, is just a letter from Northern Light, which obviously a providing a treatment provider, but it basically just says that his health has come to my attention that his health has been suffering because of him being exposed to secondhand smoke. But that's the only sort of medical documentation or anything that the Housing Authority has regarding Mr. Gagnon's disability. So again, I would just ask the commissioners to uphold the investigator's report. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. LaLiberty? Commissioner Whitworth? No. Commissioner Hellberg? Oh,
none. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby?
None, thank you.
Commissioner David? No. Okay. So next we go to the investigator, to Mr. Gitchos.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Well, still morning. Good morning. I believe respondent's attorney has done a fair job of bringing the facts that I also found in the case. Have nothing particular to add. If you have any questions.
Commissioner Whitworth.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Hellberg.
Just one. During your investigation, did you find any credible evidence of smoking on the property, if that's in the record?
Credible. The property manager did engage a tenant downstairs who denied smoking. But that was also in the time period where the property manager was putting up signs reminding tenants not to smoke in the property.
So in your investigation, you're saying that you really found no credible evidence of anybody smoking. Is that correct? Otherwise, why would he put up the reminders or the no smoking signs unless there was some kind of evidence there?
Well, and in his testimony, he smelled it and they put up the signs, and that is an action, yes.
Okay, so the property manager smelled it and then made some unannounced visits and could find nothing else. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashby.
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner David.
No. No.
Okay. Thank you, Milo. So we heard from the parties. We've heard from the investigator. At this point, we would be looking for a motion. There are two proposed findings, sorry, motion or motions.
I'll move that there are no reasonable grounds to believe that the respondent discriminated and no reasonable grounds to find that respondent retaliated against complainant.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion from the commissioners?
I just have a couple of comments. I'm going to support the motion, but I really find it difficult to believe that the respondent did a significant, even though they made reasonable attempts, it seems to me that there is something going on. I mean, I hate to use the expression where there's smoke, there's fire, but you know, if there's smoke there, then somebody is smoking. And I think it's incumbent upon the respondent, in this case, the authority, to follow up on that more diligently than what has been exhibited in this case. That's all I'll say.
I'll add, I guess, along those lines, I'm sympathetic to the complainant in this case. I can imagine how awful it must be. If this case hinged only on whether or not the complainant had made a prima facie case, I might have actually disagreed with the investigator. It's probably an even chance that he could show a prima facie case that he has, he could show that he has a disability or perceived disability. I don't know if I would go so far as to say he could prove a prima facie case, because I do in fact believe that the respondent has accommodated the complaint and the request as best as the respondent can. It looks like the respondent is enforcing its rules uniformly. It looks like the respondent attempted an investigation and in fact had cause to believe that the downstairs neighbor was smoking. And it looks like the warning was issued, and that appears to be in accordance with its lease. There's no second opportunity to discover smoking, which would be the point of eviction. I think that if the respondent did not scrupulously follow its own policies and in fact use some discretion to not evict a downstairs neighbor it believed was smoking, I think that that might in fact be a failure to accommodate. The question is, does the accommodation request require the respondent to do something above and beyond what it does for other cases where there's perceived smoking. And here we run into, I think, a reasonableness argument made by the respondent, and that is they need to win their cases. They need to win an eviction case. We would solve this problem probably by evicting the downstairs neighbor, but the downstairs neighbor has due process rights that I think would be in jeopardy if that happened. So I think probably I share Commissioner Hellberg's sort of implied wish that this problem gets fixed. And I would ask Mr. Liberty to communicate back to his client that they should bear down on this investigation. And in fact, the complainant may have other remedies somewhere else in some other forum, but for purposes of the Human Rights Commission, I think that the investigator's findings are appropriate, and I would support them.
I share the concerns of Commissioner Hellberg and Commissioner Ashby too. I think we're all uncomfortable, and we're dealing with the intensity of the complainant's beliefs. But I mean, my hesitancy to ask the question of respondent's attorney was that I was starting to second guess the policy and the enforcement of the policy. And I heard and I believe that they have the policy, that they're taking reasonable steps to enforce it. If I'd heard that they were blowing it off and they weren't giving any warnings, they weren't doing anything unannounced, they weren't putting up cameras, I would be concerned. But I can't sit here and say, wait a minute, I want to rewrite that policy and say that the investigator has to go out every other day at 9 o'clock at night. It's what they're doing appears to be reasonable.
So any additional commissioner comments before the question is called?
No.
Nope. Okay, so the motion is to find no reasonable grounds to believe that unlawful discrimination or retaliation occurred. All those commissioners in favor, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
I see 3. All those commissioners opposed to 1. So the motion passes. The finding is no reasonable grounds on both claims. Commissioner David opposed the motion.
No, that's not correct, Amy. I made the motion and I voted for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand up in opposition. So I apologize.
No, I'm just slow in getting it down in affirmation.
Okay. All right. So can I just to be very clear, could I ask the commissioners who were in favor of the motion to again show their hands and say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. It is 4-0. It is unanimous. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Gagnon is already gone. So I will say that to anyone listening, the commissioners will send not the commissioners, the commission will send a letter outlining the decision and the procedural options. So at this point, that's the end of our hearing agenda. I think, Deb, are you going to sign off? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everybody. I think I'm developing a migraine, and I've held on as long as I can.
I'm sorry, Deb. Be well.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We've got enough commissioners left to do the rest of the stuff we need to do.
Take care of yourself.
Thanks, Deb.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Okay, so Deb left at 11:52. So we need a motion to go into executive session.
I can't find the exact wording on my file here.
I move we go into executive session. Isn't that the wording?
Usually we make them say the statutory reference to make sure.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Barbara, do we have to say the appropriate statutory sections?
No, let's just say pursuant to the Freedom of Access Act to consult with counsel and discuss our legal rights and responsibilities.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Do you want to discuss it? Nope. All those in favor? Yep. Okay, good. Okay. Barbara.
Aren't you going to put us in a special room?
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Everyone
there's-
needs to go to a special room. Hold on.
There's nobody here.
I know, but this meeting is
It's being
streaming
recorded.
live. It's streaming live and being.
Streaming live is what I'm missing.
Hold on, I forgot to assign anybody. Hold on, I assigned you all. I got all involved in the meeting. I am now going to move you to the special executive session room. Hold on to be transported. Boop. I did not get an option to stop all of the breakout room or make everyone leave. My only option was I could leave or end the meeting. That scared me. I didn't want to end the meeting.
Yeah, no, we had options. We had to click on leave room. Hopefully they figured it out.
Or, oh, there's one. Hi, Ed. Nope, can't hear you. Nope. Now there's 2.
And 3.
And 3, yay!
But
Good
we
job.
moved ourselves, Amy.
I
that
know.
time.
I didn't have a button to move you. My only options were to move myself or end the meeting.
And
no magic.
My experience with Zoom is that not all the time in breakout rooms do you have that option to leave the room.
There's
And
no
I can't
logic.
figure out
I know.
when you do and when you don't. It must be in those background settings of the meeting.
All right, we need a motion to litigate the housing case and to not litigate the Day versus Sapi case.
I move that we ask council to litigate on behalf of the commission MHRC case number H20-0127, and that we do not ask her to litigate MHRC case number E18-0275.
Second.
Excellent. Okay, the motion has been seconded. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Excellent.
Thanks, everyone.
And that's all we've got.
I may not be available in January, just so you know.
Okay. Make myself a note. Ted, no January.
Yeah, I'm going to be in Florida for about 6 weeks, and the computer I have is like 15 years old. So
You can, didn't we give you a laptop?
well, I've got the tablet. I guess I could go on that, but I'm not sure how to navigate back and forth on it. I'll try it. I mean, I'll let you know for sure.
Good try.
Yeah,
Nope, rejected. Nope, no good.
I'll do my best.
Thanks, Ted. You're awful nice for a volunteer who keeps helping us out month after month after month.
What's our meeting date in January?
January 11th.
11th.
Yep. All right. Well, hopefully at the next meeting, we'll have information about appointed commissioners. So I'll let you know.
All right. Look forward to the day that we can actually get together in person.
Yeah. Me too.
Good luck with the vaccine and happy holidays to everybody.
Yeah.
You too.
Thanks. Bye, all. Merry Christmas.